Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, beautiful, wonderful, lovely squirrel friends. Party Central, squirrel party. Hey, hey, Meg, I feel like it's been for fucking ever. How are you doing? So happy to see you. Hey, since you're here, and for anyone who's joining us, 1,000,000 squirrel points for whoever can name this waterfall. We're playing a new game. We're gonna have a new theme here on the show. Name that waterfall. I was going to say tiny waterfall, but you know what? It's not tiny, is it now? So name that waterfall. First who gets it gets 1,000,000 squirrel points. And it might not be a place where you would expect it, but it is a place that you guys all know. Or am I going to watch the Steve Nelson interview? Steve Nelson. Who's Steve Nelson? Is that another juror that spoke out? Because if so, I may have missed that. I mean, I've seen, the TikTok one, the 4-person, and then on STS, juror number 6 and juror number 5. Is there another juror? Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Charlie Adelson's backyard. Now, here's what's wild. So we were talking about Charlie's house on the last live stream. And we were talking about all the different ways we would improve it and all the different renovations. And I know Kit Smits and Northwest were especially excited about all the changes that they would make. And I didn't pull up the house because we were watching the trial. And then I said after the live stream, I would go and pull up the house and look at his house. Somehow, I don't know how, nobody noticed or even got, or I guess they didn't scroll to the picture. No one pointed out that of all the things, Charlie happens to have in his backyard a waterfall. And so as we were joking about how this would be a great house for the squirrel crew and we would make all the renovations to make it, everybody gets to make all their changes that they want. And to top it all off, we have, of all things, a waterfall. And it's not tiny, guys, is it? Oh, you're talking about Stephen Webster? Danny's lawyer, Stephen Webster. I think that's who you're talking about. Maybe you just got the name mixed up. But yes. Actually, that's what we were going to do next. After we took a look at the Charlie house, we were going to watch, and I don't know if this is what you're referencing, Eats and Z's, but something really earth-shattering that Stephen Webster said just the other day. We were going to watch. Yeah, Danny's lawyer. Yeah, Dan Markell. Yeah, Steve, did I say Wendy's lawyer? If I did, I meant to say Dan. So Stephen Webster was Dan Markell's lawyer at the time of his death. That's probably who you're referencing there, his divorce lawyer. Unless you're talking about a different, you said Steve Nelson. But anyway, I was planning on showing this clip of Stephen Webster talking about something we didn't know. It's new information that has to do, that really fucking implicates Wendi. So I'm really excited about that. But yes, for right now, first, we're going to celebrate the fact that Charlie's house that we're going to buy for the squirrel crew has a waterfall. So, and I have the whole house with all the pictures pulled up. Okay, so you did know who I was talking about. So we will come back to the house with all the pictures and everything, and we'll come back to the waterfall. But I'm so excited for this interview with Stephen Webster. So let me just unshare, reshare, and we're going to do that first. So, okay, just one sec. So a little bit of context here. Some of you guys may have heard me comment on this as we are watching the trial, because Stephen Webster has testified at all the other trials, and he was on the state's witness list. And when they didn't call him in their case in chief, it seemed like maybe they were going to save him for rebuttal because of the defense calling those other, attorneys, divorce attorneys. But they didn't see the need. So this is the first time he hasn't testified. Now, Stephen Webster comes on STS a lot. He's good friends with Joel. And so this was from the other day. They had a live stream, but this is a clip specifically that this is you guys, this is some of the most damning evidence, I think, new evidence against Wendi that no one had ever heard before. This is the first time he tells the story. So Stephen Webster is down here at the bottom left, okay? And he was Dan Markel's divorce attorney. And he's going to talk about how he first started representing him and the circumstances of that. And then he's going to get into exactly what was going on around the time of his death. And this is crazy. I've only seen this once and I was driving to work, so I'm really excited to watch this again. So I can probably put on 1.25. So this is what we're going to watch first. I mean, this will come in at Wendi's trial. He will testify and this will come in at Wendi's trial. Mark my words.
Yeah, so I had a friend who was charged with a crime. I used to pour concrete for a living. I had a friend who was charged with a crime he didn't commit. And I was going back to school at night and he was a really good kid. And it was just gross what the prosecutors did to him.
Like this, I couldn't agree more with Needson's. Needson's says it makes things even more devastating and the need for Wendi to go fucking down ASAP. Couldn't agree more. This to me was like, holy shit. Right here. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it.
It languished for about 2 years.
Fucking
Took my last night class on a Thursday night. They were picking his jury on a Friday morning. Didn't have a cell phone, got off work around 3, called and found out that the judge had dismissed his case. I know now.
Let me go ahead a little bit. This is him talking about how he decided to become a lawyer and he was doing concrete or something. It's a great story, but we're going to, y'all can watch it if you're interested in getting this backstory as to why he changed career paths. We're going to go ahead to where we get to the part about Dan Markel and Wendi.
So I actually tried a pro bono family law case against Linda Bailey one time.
Okay, here we go. So Linda Bailey, right? We all remember her. So this is him talking about doing family law. All right.
Probably most small businesses when they first started was pretty scared. And a friend of mine called me. It wasn't long after I had my firm going and said that he had a case for me. And I'd done some pro bono family law stuff. I actually tried a pro bono family law case against Linda Bailey one time. I won. But
you won. Woo!
But I had no real inclination to do family law. Litigation. I know Tim probably would back me up on this. I'm sure John probably would. It's kind of a zero-sum game. And it's, you kind of have to, you can't pull any punches. You have to kind of go for the gusto. And when children are involved, I just didn't like the prospect of kind of fighting like that when children were involved. So I kind of shied away from really taking on any family law cases. And my father-in-law, I worked with my father-in-law, and he was kind enough to let me do his pro bono family law cases when they came in. When the Tallahassee Bar Association sent them to him, he was kind enough to let me do those, which was how I went up against Miss Bailey. But so my friend called me and told me that he had a case that he thought I would kind of be the perfect person for. And I think he knew, me representing a law professor would offer some probably real esteem to my fledgling firm. So, I told him, well, Tor, I don't do family law. And he said, you don't have to worry about it. He's a law professor. He'll teach you everything you need to know. I said, well, that's probably a good thing. So I said, well, I'll meet with him. And I
want to also note the other thing that this is really important and really speaks to is so all of the, again, with Donna's witnesses that came in and, those two different attorneys that just really, really, really talked a lot of shit, right, about Dan Markel, about his pleadings, right? I mean, they on, and we're going to watch all that testimony. We may not get to it tonight, but just on about it. They were just nonsensical and they just, completely obliterated them and just, oh my God. Anyways, and also about how it was clear there, what they said was it's clear that Dan Markel was writing these himself and he didn't know what he was doing and it was an attorney. This is his attorney, and this testimony completely refutes everything that they said. So
I read all of the pleadings. We were going to have coffee on Tennessee Street. And I decided I was not going to take the case.
Same. Sneeze thing. I've never wanted someone arrested and convicted more than Wendi Adelson. Me too. And I just got goosebumps again because I had a number of revelations towards the end of this trial and just reflecting on it. And then after this video right here, I've had a whole lot of new thoughts about what I think that this entire case is. And we're going to talk about that when we get to the relevant parts in the testimony. But I have new thoughts about Wendi Adelson. And as much as I had strong feelings before, I think, we'll talk about it. It's actually kind of terrifying what I have sort of started contemplating. If that's correct, it's terrifying. So
it seemed to me as if the litigants were drafting the papers more so than the lawyers. I don't want to practice that way. Two, the idea of representing a law professor who was accused of contempt and was pointing the finger back in the other direction was not a prospect that was very appealing to me. I quote my fees on how much I'm going to stress over your case. That's literally how I quote fees. And the idea of seeing a law professor possibly get disbarred and almost certainly face the prospect of losing his job as a law professor, given the stress on ethics that law schools have, and we're hammering all of the students. If all of a sudden their law professors are held in contempt or dinged for submitting fraudulent pleadings, I was like, that's just not something I want to be affiliated with. But I went to meet with him anyway because I told him I would, and I just really liked him. I walked in immediately. He wasn't anything like I thought he was going to be. He was very approachable, down to earth, had a good sense of humor, and we sat there for quite a few hours and probably spent half the time just talking like humans, not about law. And he convinced me that he was on the right side of history and that he was going to be able to establish that Wendi had indeed concealed assets and committed fraud. And then kind of given, for me, what moved me was his main concern was what he believed was the alienation of his children. And when I heard that, and I knew it wasn't about money, that was a big game changer for me too, because going in there just to fight for money with children in the mix and all that, I mean, it just kind of just unpalatable to me. But if you're fighting because you feel like people on the other side are hurting your children or trying to estrange you from your children, which is what. Pause
you real quick to say what a beautiful picture here, right? You've got Dan Markell in the middle. You got the two boys, and then of course Ruth and Phil. What a beautiful picture! And look at the stuffed animals. Let me pull my comment down. It just makes me, ugh. By the way, for anyone who missed it, juror number 6 gave an interview with Joel, and they put that video out this morning. And one thing that just totally I just like lost it with this. Juror number 6 is a young 20-something-year-old kid who's in college. He was an engineer major, okay, engineering. And he said that because of this trial, he has already changed his major to pre-law. Completely changed. Like this trial, he said he kind of always thought about maybe going to law school. He was an engineering major. He switched his major to pre-law, and after he finishes and gets his bachelor's, he's going to go to law school, and the goal being to go to FSU because of this trial. It just gives me goosebumps, man. And just thinking about the legacy, right? And just, man.
Annie was fighting for. He was fighting for children, not money. And Wendi was the exact opposite. They wanted money, period. Mm-hmm. I said, you know what? This is a fight I can get behind. And so I decided I was going to work with him. And it was my strategy that we needed to send requests for admissions to Wendi. He had absolute dead bank proof that she had committed fraud in her financial disclosures. And I was like, look, we're going to give her a chance.
This is the whole new thing. So think about your civil cases, right? You can take Murdoch or any of these, for example, right? We know that one big part of it is this whole thing about where you have to disclose all your assets, right? And the whole thing like hiding assets, right? Where that's a big deal and it's fraud. Like you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to take all your assets and put them in other people's names when you know you're going to get sued. Because as we all know, they're only going to move forward if a person is, as they say, collectible, right? So, of course, a divorce case, right, is in that realm. It's a civil case. It's just a subsection. And Wendi, what Stephen Webster's pointing it out, it's not even a second thought. It's just like it is what it is. He knew she was committing fraud because she was like either hiding her assets or not disclosing them. And the other thing that came out in Donna's trial on, what was it? Maybe not the last live stream, but maybe the one before, we learned about something new that we didn't have before this trial, which was Wendi has had that separate account for like what, $500,000, and they're trying to keep Dan from finding out about it. So that supports everything that he's saying right here. Because it seems like it would appear that Dan never found out about it. And meanwhile, she's trying to get child support, and it just makes me feel ill when all he cared about was the kids. And like Stephen Webster just said, all Wendi cared about was the money. But anyway, point blank, he's saying she committed fraud, and that was all going to come out in the wash because of the discovery when you have to disclose and provide and turn over all your financial information. And if you're fucking around with that, you're gonna find out, right? And to the extent of which maybe you have to go about, not that you have to, one shouldn't. But in this particular case, you know, the only solution was to get rid of Dan, right? In other words, the problems that we already knew about, right? Like the problems with like, oh, we hate Tallahassee and like the grandkids and the distance from Miami and all that. What is coming out via Donna's trial and also just this video again being so significant is there really was financial motive more than we ever knew. And I think that when it comes to Wendi, this is going to be the thing, because the financial benefit and the financial motive, that was never really relevant before, right? Oh man, it's just, and you know, isn't it always the case? Like this would have been an exception to the rule if there wasn't a financial motive. But up until this trial, we didn't have anything to suggest that at all. And it seemed like it really was just more about power, control, or you know, jealousy, being possessive over the kids, things of that nature, and then also just like hatred for Tallahassee. So
it's either come clean. Well, I'm going to ask her to admit that you committed fraud.
Right there. He's going to ask Wendi to admit that she committed fraud.
And if she denies it, she'll just be guilty of committing a second act of fraud. And that was kind of my strategy with him. But I told him, I said, look, you know, man, if I file this.
Absolutely. Sorry. I just want to say yes. Needs and Z's. Yes. Everything that they got from Wendi on the stand was to convict everybody else. Right. And that's exactly why this derivative use immunity worked out great for the prosecution. They didn't need her to convict her. They needed her to convict everyone else so they could lay the foundation, get all the evidence and they need to then come for her 5-0-ass. Clock's ticking 5-0.
Even if she zigs or zags, it doesn't really matter at that point.
Not yet.
Because one way or the other, she's going to be on the hook for fraud. And it could have real dire consequences on her ability to practice law and to work and on your children. And
are y'all hearing that? It would have come out that she had committed fraud. And you know what he's going to say next? Losing that bar license. And there could even potentially be, depending on to the extent of it, there could have even been criminal implications for this. This is wild. And I just wanted to say, I put it in chat, but I'll just say it out loud, that as far as Wendi, it's entirely possible that the prosecution already has that indictment from the grand jury and that they had it before Donna's trial. It's entirely possible they already have that indictment. The other possibility is that because, you know, the grand juries, they only reconvene, they have like a different schedule and that varies by the jurisdiction. And it seems like nobody really knows when the grand jury is meeting next. We did get confirmation that the grand jury did not meet this week. So if they do not already have that indictment, basically what it seems like is whenever the next time the grand jury meets, could be next week, could be the week after, but it would be soon, right? Whenever the grand jury meets next, if they don't already have that indictment, they're going to get that indictment then. And I am totally of the opinion that they've got to come for her sooner rather than later for a lot of reasons. Apparently, Sarah Dugan is wanting to like become a judge, right? And so that would be, I mean, they've got to move on this. They got to move on this. And there's no reason to wait. Like they've got everything they need at this point. They're not going to get anything new between, you know, after Donna's trial and then Wendi, unless Donna makes a bunch of jail calls like the way Charlie did. And then, I mean, I guess that's possible, but they don't need it. It would just be extra, just like it was for Donna. Damn. And it was great hearing what all the jurors said too about Wendi. Okay, let's keep going.
If we have to do it, we have to do it. But I really feel like I owe it to your children to at least go try to talk to her lawyer. If we can't figure out some way to resolve this short of full on, you know, conflagration.
Ooh, that's
and
thank you.
Met with her lawyer.
Wow.
And he's a very, very, very reputable lawyer here in town. Been around a long, long time. Tried a bunch of cases. And I'd worked with him on some white collar stuff in the past, so I knew him. And
huge.
He kind of poo-pooed what I was saying. And I just finally told him, I said, hey, look, Jimmy, you know, my conscience is clear. And Tim's laughing. He goes,
I know, Jimmy.
And he's a great lawyer. And Jimmy's kind of got a shtick. He can kind of all shucks you. And like, oh, Steve, oh, man, I don't know what.
So Jimmy was Wendy's attorney. So the attorneys that we saw testify, like during the defense case in chief, really funny, right? The two defense or well, I guess they called one attorney that was Wendy's, right? That was her attorney early on. Wendy's attorney early on. They did not call Jimmy, who was, because remember, Wendi was firing that attorney and was talking a lot of shit about her. They fired that attorney and brought on Jimmy. And so in terms of at the culmination of what was, the last filings before the murder, who were the attorneys on the case? Well, you had Jimmy representing Wendi, who we haven't seen yet, but that's who he's talking about. And then we had Stephen Webster representing Dan. So he's discussing, this is really common, right? When you've got opposing parties, the attorneys that know each other, they'll just kind of go and chat, or they'll make a phone call, or they'll go play golf, and they'll sort of try to see if they can just work something out, right? So he knows Jimmy. So he's talking about right now going over to Jimmy and just sort of being like, look, this is what's going to happen. I know what's going on with Wendi. And what do you want to do? Can we just work this out? And he's describing what came of this. Okay.
I think you're just
welcome.
You're just going a little bit overboard here, kind of like that or whatever. And I know Jimmy, and that's kind of a routine that he has, but that's not really, he's a very bright man. And when you're kind of in normal mode. And I said, look, my conscience is clear. I did what I came here to do. If we, can find some old school resolution for this, I feel like we owe it to our clients to try. And if we can't, then so be it. That's the only.
All the talk about if they were headed to trial or not, and again, the other people tried to really downplay that. Both the expert and then the other attorney, they tried to really downplay that it was headed for trial. Like he just said, we're going to try to see if we can sort this out the old-fashioned way, and if not, so be it. We're headed for trial. That's what that is.
Time in my career as a lawyer that I've ever gone to another lawyer's office and tried to broker a deal.
Wow.
For me, it could be perceived as a sign of weakness, and so it's not something I would normally ever entertain. But I felt so strongly about the fact that if this went forward with this litigation, that it was going to be so damaging to Wendi that I just had no choice but to take the risk of looking weak. And so I turned around and was walking out of his office, and I reached out and grabbed his doorknob. Now I could still see it in my mind's eye. And he said, Stephen, I know what you're trying to do. And it was like, for the first time, he wasn't all shucks at me. He said, Stephen, I know what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it. And I turned around, looked back at him, and I said, well, Jimmy, if I feel like I owe it to your client to at least give her this chance to see if we can't find common ground. I said, but if I haven't heard from her or you on July 18th, I'm going to file.
Did y'all hear that? Oh my God, I just got goosebumps again. Let me back this up. I just about died when I heard this. Again, I was driving to work. I was like, holy shit, no way. Let me back that up. For anyone who's just now getting here, we are hearing for the first time from Stephen Webster, this is the first time we've heard this, that he had proof that Wendi was committing fraud in order to hide assets in the divorce, and he was coming for her, and he tried to give one last chance when he met with her lawyer. Can we work this out? And it's clear that Wendy's attorney was like, had the impression she's never gonna settle, she's never gonna broker a deal, she's never gonna do any of that, because he doesn't even entertain the thought. And Stephen Webster is kind enough to be like, okay, I'm going to give her a deadline. And I'm going to give her a deadline to decide, once and for all, if she wants to work with us and come up with a deal. And if not, we're headed for trial. And all this shit's going to come out in the wash, and she could lose her bar license. And the date that he gave was July 18th. For anyone who doesn't remember the significance of that date, that's the day that Dan Markel was killed. So add that to the long list of the things that lined up, right? You had the TV appointment. You had it lining up with what Wendi thought was Jeff going to be going out of town, but then he left early, thank God. All these things. I would imagine that, like, this is crazy. I would imagine that date was solidified in terms of the whole group that was conspiring. I would imagine that date was solidified when this news came down to Wendi. And I think he said this was like early June or something like that he met with her attorney. He's going to give this deadline. And at that point, that's the date hanging over Wendy's head. Oh my God.
Back at him and I said, well, Jimmy, if I feel like I owe it to your client to at least give her this chance to see if we can't find common ground. I said, but if I haven't heard from her or you on July 18th, I'm going to file something. And when I file it, I feel like there's going to be no going back. And he said, I understand. And I never heard back from them. And that was on June 24th. And July 18th was a Friday. And so I told Danny, that was our deadline, and told Jimmy that was when I was going to file it. I didn't tell him what I was going to file, but I just told him. And Thursday night, my wife and I and our kids, we were traveling to a baseball tournament in South Haven, Mississippi, up by Memphis. And so I drafted the request for admissions on Thursday.
Request for admissions.
Kind of went over them with Dan Thursday night. And the plan was we were going to talk the next morning to finalize them for filing.
There it is.
And
next morning.
I told Dan that I was convinced that he was still seeing Wendi intermittently. And I told him, I said, that's got to stop. If I find out you're hanging around her, I'm going to be out. I'm going to get off this case because I had genuine concerns that she might accuse him of like hitting her, kicking her, slapping her.
Here we go.
Try to get an injunction against him and then use that as a tactical advantage to try to leverage her move with the children back down to Miami.
In case anyone's like, what are the cliff notes? Like, so we've already got the whole thing with the fraud. When he committed fraud, she could lose her bar license. All this is going to come out if she doesn't agree to make a deal. And her deadline to agree to a deal was July 18th. And on July 18th, if she didn't make that agreement, he's going to file this request for admissions. All this is going to come out. Now we're getting to the next part of this incredible video and from Stephen Webster here about oh my God, I just lost my train. I just lost my train of thought. Hold on, let me back it up. I just completely lost it because I'm just getting too excited about this. Hold on.
Concerns that she might.
Right. This is all new. That Wendi, he was concerned that Wendi was going to make false allegations of abuse or him hitting her, such to try. In other words, his mind is already going to what will Wendi do? What might Wendi do to try to stop this from being filed on the 18th? And his mind goes to she would be willing to falsify, claims that he was hitting her or whatever. Like, let me back this up. This is crazy.
I'm going to be out. I'm going to get off this case because I had genuine concerns that she might accuse him of like hitting her, kicking her, slapping her, try to get an injunction against him, and then use that as a tactical advantage to try to leverage her move with the children back down to Miami.
Welcome.
And I know the lawyers here know that they've seen those family law cases that trickle over into criminal court. And so Friday morning, he called me. I was in the Central Time Zone. We had stopped in Hoover, Alabama, and it was 8 a.m. my time. My children were jumping on the beds. I was like, I can't do this right now, Dan. I'll call you back. Let me get the children fed and get on the road, and I'll call you back at 11 my time. And as we were driving down the highway, and I was just about to call him, my wife decided that she needed to make a stop at a mall. And so I
imagine that.
totally random. So I Googled and I found there was a nice mall about 15 minutes away. And I said, well, actually, that's perfect because you can take the kids inside and I'll get on the phone with Dan and stay in the truck and I'll have privacy and we'll go over these and get them filed because they were ready pretty much to be filed. And, kind of going back to the duty to keep your client informed, I wanted to make sure he had a chance to look at them and he was satisfied. So I called him, I believe it was at, it would have been 12:18 Tallahassee time, Eastern. So I guess he had probably been shot about, 25 minutes prior, and maybe 30. He didn't answer, which I thought was really weird because Dan would always answer my calls.
Here we go.
We talked a lot. And even if he was with the children, he would still answer my call. He would say, I'm with the boys, I'll call you back and hang up. So I thought it was weird. And I hadn't heard from him, and it was probably 3:30 or so, Tallahassee time, or 2:30, 3. And I was starting to actually get frustrated because I was starting to think that he was getting cold feet about filing. And I'd already told the lawyer it was going to happen. So I was starting to get a little bit frustrated with Dan, thinking that probably Wendi had.
To set the scene, he's talking about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He hadn't heard back from Dan. And he was starting to be like, what's going on? Just to keep in mind, what else was happening at 3 o'clock? Like, what else was happening at this exact moment in time? At this exact moment in time, Wendi was being interviewed. At this exact moment in time. Okay.
Called him and kind of beguiled him or whatever, or cajoled him or whatever, manipulated him. And my phone rang, and it was a police officer here in town that I've worked with in the past. I know. And it's not unusual for some of my former clients just to call me on random things. And so I answered and I said, hey, what's going on? And she said, how do you know Dan Markell? And I said,
wait for it.
What? And she said, how do you know Dan Markell? And I was like, what in the world is happening right now? And then it dawned on me that she was in violent crimes. And so I concluded that Wendi had accused Dan of battery or something like that. And that's where my mind went. So I went into lawyer mode. And I said, he's my client. I'm going to talk to him right now. And she said, you can't. And I said, I can, which isn't necessarily 100% true. But I said, yes, I can. I represent him right now. I have an active case, active representation. I want to talk to my client right now. And that part was true. But it was a different case, so she doesn't necessarily have to. I don't represent him on that one. Anyway, she responded and she said, "You can't because something really bad has happened." And
Here it is.
I know it sounds crazy, but at that very moment, I knew they had murdered him. I knew they killed him, and never once had that crossed my mind before. But just something came over me, and so that
on the deadline. Let's think back to Murdoch, guys. Remember with Murdoch, right? It's almost like Wendi. Now we're learning. It was like the OG with this. So for anyone who's like, why is this such a big deal? This whole hiding assets thing. I'm sure there are other examples, but in terms of just like really good ones that come to mind, right? Like the first one would be Murdoch, where remember the whole thing about the boat case with the timing, the whole thing, like how did they try when the state was like talking about the motive and they're looking at the timeline? Remember, part of how they really illustrated that timeline. Remember like Mark Tinsley's testimony, for example, it was the timing, right, of when he was going to have to turn over his his financial documents, right, for the boat case. Why? Because again, civil trial, civil cases, you have to turn over your financial information so that they can see what your assets are. And remember, he was moving everything around. He was moving the houses. He was taking all the houses and putting them into Maggie's name and all this and that. He was trying to hide assets, and he was refusing to turn over that discovery. And Tinsley, right, was like, look, we've asked for this a million times. I'm filing a motion to compel, and the judge is going to force you to do it, right? And at that point in time, it would have been uncovered that, first of all, he was committing, guess what, fraud by trying to hide assets. And that's what Tinsley thought that's all that was going on. But what we know from the trial, right, and after fact, is that the other thing that the other reason he was so motivated to not turn that over was because it would uncover that he was stealing from all these clients and other people, right? All the financial crimes literally hinged on being exposed. And why was he going to be exposed? Because of having to turn that shit over for the lawsuit. Same. So that's how big of a deal it is when you hide assets. And that's what Wendi was doing in this divorce. We didn't know any of this. This is all new information to us. And again, we learned a little tidbit about this in Donna's trial when they brought up Wendi had that secret $500,000 account that Dan didn't know about, right? That's just one example. There could be more that we will learn about at her trial. But we heard about that. And now he's literally saying like he had uncovered this because he was Dan's divorce attorney. And he knew that she was committing fraud, and that because she lied about it, she was going to get double fraud. There could even be criminal implications for that, and she could lose her bar license. And the deadline for Wendi to say, okay, fine, like I'll give the admissions because it was a request for admissions. I'll go ahead and I'll provide those admissions. I'll turn this shit over, and like let's work this out and Stop fucking around. The deadline for her to say yay or nay was July 18th. So just like with Murdoch, right? It's like they both had these impending deadlines of having to turn over their financial information. And it's crazy to see the similarity here because you guys know how I am about Murdoch. It's crazy to see the similarity of like one huge factor, motivating factor for both of them, it seems, was literally stopping at nothing in order to not have to turn over your financial documents, your financial statements in a civil lawsuit with an impending deadline. And so what does Alex Murdoch do with that deadline? Well, he kills his family. And then everybody's like, forgot about it. And like Tinsley said, they just dropped the lawsuit because no one would ever, he's too sympathetic now. Like it all went away. It all went away. All this lawsuit stuff for the boat case went away. Right? Okay. Well, same. Because once Dan Markel is dead, there is no divorce case anymore. Y'all, welcome on in, Northwest. Yup. After hearing the date of the filing. Yup. This is fucking huge. This is huge. And like I said, I've got some new thoughts on Wendi that we're going to get to. This is crazy. And, I always y'all know how I feel about Wendi. And, it's really funny because I've been beating myself up for so long because I don't have really strong feelings typically when it comes to literally, I don't feel about anybody the way I feel about Wendi. And I've always thought to myself, gosh darn it, I can't even, if someone were to ask, why do you hate her so much? Or why do you think she, I wouldn't have even really been able to articulate it. You know what I mean? I remember from the time that I saw that her interview, and this was years ago, I didn't know, and this is long before I even had ever heard of LawTube. I didn't have any background. I didn't know anything about the case. I remember seeing that interview. And it was 2 minutes in, and already I was I assumed she was already convicted, right? Because I didn't know anything about the case. That interview, again, to me, I think is the most guilty looking interview I've ever seen. And it's that was apparent, at least even to me, years ago, right from the get-go. But as I go along and I've been studying law and all this, right? And it's wanting to be super objective and not go off of gut instinct, but go off of the facts and all this, right? And it's I've been so annoyed at myself because I'm Wendi is the exception for me. And I'm gosh darn it. Why can't I just be, but it's just never, y'all know how I feel about Wendi. And, it's just so funny because as more of this came out things came out in Donna's trial. And now with this, I have a whole new vision of what I think was really going on here. And honestly, it makes Wendi the most evil and the most villainous of all of them, of anybody. I mean, really. And I know Sinzi's even said the same thing. She was I've never wanted to see anyone arrested and convicted more than Wendi. And I just, yes. Same. And it's that is my gut feeling. And it's I just can't wait, guys. I can't wait. So, okay, let me see what else y'all are saying here in the chat. So Kat Randall says he has a certain instinct about her. Curious, will you share with us your instinct? Northwest, yep. I was on the fence about Wendi until this lawyer's interview. Yeah. If anyone wants to, we can go back and watch this again. It's short. This is earth-shattering from him. This is earth-shattering. And remember, like I said, for anyone who's just now getting here, Stephen Webster, right? He had testified at all the other trials. They didn't have him testify in Donna's trial. And I guess they just didn't need him. But, oh my God. And, I wonder, he's got to think about what else all he's got. Oh my God, dude. I never would have thought we didn't have any reason to believe that there was any financial motivation here with this case. And all of that has changed. And my entire view of this entire thing has changed. I've just got so many thoughts about Fievel, new thoughts. 100% needs some Z's. Totally agree. I mean, I think I don't remember. Do you remember what year she wrote her damn book? Because I would say that she'd been planning this for a long, long, long time. And I think that a good example of that, if you look at, remember how Jeff Lacoste testified about, and at every trial testified, remember the whole thing? Okay. Remember the thing about how he said, oh yeah, the summer prior, so in 2013, right? That Wendi, or whatever, hold on, sorry, that's not, no, sorry. He said in 2014 that Wendi pulled him aside or whatever and was I have to tell you something, and then said last summer, as in referencing 2013, right? That Charlie had actually looked into hiring a hitman and said it was going to cost $15,000. And I remember everybody, and it makes sense, right? Everyone thinking, that's so weird. Why would she tell him that though? Isn't that self-snitching? Why would she tell him that? She's been laying the fucking groundwork for her master plan for years. And other people heard Charlie make that joke. Y'all, I think this was years in the making, and she orchestrated, but we're going to talk more about it. But dude, CC would like to see, okay, let's watch some of this again. we're going to go back to this part where he starts talking about where the fraud comes in, because that's huge. Okay.
But kind of a general practice, and he was a brilliant man. Worked with him for quite a few years, but he had no life. I mean, Sundays, most small businesses go. And when children are involved, I just didn't want to him. He was kind enough to let me do those, which was how I went up.
Here's how he talks about how he decided to represent Dan Markel, because he doesn't normally do that type of thing. Okay. He says he'll meet with them. All right.
And so I read all of the pleadings. We were going to have coffee on Tennessee Street, and I decided I was not going to take the case. It seemed to me as if the litigants were drafting the papers more so than the lawyers. I don't want to practice that way. Two, the idea of representing a law professor who was accused of contempt and was pointing the finger back in the other direction was not a prospect that was very appealing to me. You know, I quote my fees on how much I'm going to stress over your case. That's literally how I quote fees. And the idea of seeing a law professor possibly get disbarred and almost certainly face the prospect of losing his job as a law professor, given the stress on ethics that law schools have, and we're hammering all of the students. If all of a sudden their law professors are held in contempt or dinged for, you know, submitting fraudulent pleadings, I was like, that's just not something I want to have be affiliated with. But I went to meet with him anyway because I told him I would, and I just really liked him. I walked in immediately. He wasn't anything like I thought he was going to be. He was very approachable, down to earth, had a good sense of humor, and we sat there for quite a few hours and probably spent half the time just talking like humans, not about law. And he convinced me that he was on the right side of history and that he was going to be able to establish that Wendi had indeed concealed assets and committed fraud. And then kind of given, for me, what moved me was his main concern was what he believed was the alienation of his children. And when I heard that, and I knew it wasn't about money, that was a big game changer for me too, because going in there just to fight for money with children in the mix and all that, I mean, it's just kind of just unpalatable to me. But if you're fighting because you feel like people on the other side are hurting your children or trying to estrange you from your children, right? Which is what Danny was fighting for. He was fighting for children, not money. And Wendi was the exact opposite. They wanted money, period. I said, you know what? This is a fight I can get behind. And so I decided I was going to work with him. And we had to, it was my strategy that we needed to send requests for admissions to Wendi. He had absolute dead bang proof that she had committed fraud in her financial disclosures, and
absolute dead bang proof that she committed fraud in her financial. So I want you all to think about this as well too. Okay, so now that we know there's a whole other motivation for Wendi regarding this. Okay, everything that came out here. You've got the divorce, you've got the custody, you've got her wanting to maybe feel like she's going to win over Dan just out of spite. Now we've got all the money, which we know is always, again, this would have been an anomaly if money wasn't a motivator here, but now we've got that. Think about a lot that, we learned a lot more in Donna's trial about, we always knew from the other trials, right, that they treated Wendi like the baby, right? That, like she's so helpless and she wouldn't be able to get along in life without, Donna and Charlie doing everything for her and helpless Wendi, right? Controlling her life, planning everything out. You guys have seen it. But there was more that came out to that end in Donna's trial just here recently about all that, right? And about Wendi kind of pushing back, right? For example. And this was the thing that's like, how does this fit in? Remember? And then it's one of those things that's like, it could seem like, hold on, this kind of disproves her involvement, right? When you think about, okay, so she was going to buy a house in Tallahassee. Okay, I guess she didn't hate it that much, right? And there's other examples as well that would almost refute her actually having the same motivations aligned with her family, okay? All this. I mean, if we were to go back to some of the timeline of like those text messages, for example, when she texted her friend and said something like, I want to stay in Tallahassee or whatever it was, if we were to look at the date on that, again, going back to how long was Wendi planning this, it was in action at that point, okay, I think, because it's exactly what I just described. These are things that would make it look like she didn't have motivation. She was going to stay in Tallahassee, But again, the other significance of that is we had talked a lot about on other live streams about when the dynamic here with Wendi being the baby and them being like she's helpless and and like what came first, the chicken or the egg. is she actually that helpless in life that she needs them to do everything for her? Or is it one of those things where she maybe wouldn't be that way, but because they treat her that way, she just assumes that role? Or is it a combination of both? Or what, right? And we also know that after, what was it? Recently, she moved out of Florida, right? After Charlie was arrested, right? She moves to Florida. Now she moves to Texas. Now she's in Colorado just recently, as of recently. So if we think about this, we saw all those messages and phone calls and emails where they're micromanaging her life down to every single little thing. And to the extent that Wendi was just trying to appease her mom. Remember, there was that one part that came out in Donna's trial where she would rather what was it? Lie about the what was it there? Lie about the having with prejudice or without prejudice, that whole thing, right? For that big motion. Lying about that to Donna in terms of the relocation. Also, not tell anyone she's buying a house until casually the week before she was going to buy it. That type of, the things that she would rather do than have to tell her mom she made a decision without her mom telling her what to do, right? It was we talked about this because it was extreme. So if you've got Charlie and Donna treating her like a baby and controlling her life and she can't make any decisions, and she's like, I have to placate them because I don't know what else I can fucking do to get out of this, she couldn't set any boundaries, right? She couldn't set any boundaries with this. But let's just say that that's all true. And then Wendi also, maybe she doesn't need their help, which only makes sense, right? She's an adult. It's not like she's, there are some people that need a lot of help. I think she's fully capable of living an adult life, right? Making her own decisions, basic decisions in life. Like where she wants to live, for example, whatever, who she wants to date, all the other things. And let's just say that she wants that and she's capable of that. And she was never able to stand up to her mom and her brother. And again, when we think about what's another example? Think about what happened to Rob, right? What happened to him? We know what happened to Rob. What was the only way he could get out of that dynamic? The only way he could claim his own independence was to cut ties. And again, what does Charlie do? How does Charlie handle? Well, Charlie just cooperates and does whatever Donna wants. That's how he handles it. And we talked about this, how Wendy's kind of been in the middle. She's not just doing a Charlie and just doing whatever, right? Because clearly she had things that she wanted. She kept things from her mom. She had some other ideas, but she's also not done a Rob where she's just going to cut ties. So if we think about this entire dynamic, add to that all of Wendy's motivations and all this potential planning and setting it up with the TV thing, how quickly she threw her family under the bus in that interview, which is just one of the huge things that has always been what's the deal here? And I thought about this. When Donna was convicted, which we expected her to be, when Donna was convicted, one of the first things that just popped into my head was Wendi is finally free. Wendi is finally free of Charlie, and Wendi is finally free of Donna. Because they're going to be spending life in prison. And we already know she's not talking to them, right? She's not having any communication with them. She's been able to move other places. She's got I think some other boyfriend now, whatever. She's able to make her own decisions. And wouldn't that be just a little bit convenient too, right? If wow, how many problems can we solve all at once? How many problems can we solve all at once? If they think, okay, she's helpless, we need to do this to save her, I don't know. Are you guys seeing where I'm going with that? Anyway, okay, let's continue watching. I just wanted to note that, if we think about really all of Wendy's different problems and her different motivations and how many of those she's solved, as long as she stays free, right? In this one situation with the whole family, and then the middle, Katie, and then the hitmen, and killing Dan Markel. It's I hate the saying killing two birds with one stone, but in Wendy's case, it's killing a whole flock of birds with one stone, right? And everybody else is paying the price, and she's just living her fucking life, over 11 years now. and everyone else is paying the price, and she's the one that's benefiting. Okay.
I was like, look, we're going to give her a chance to either come clean. Well, I'm going to ask her to admit that you committed fraud. And if she denies it, she'll just be guilty of committing a second act of fraud. And that was kind of my strategy with him. But I told him, I said, look, man, if I file this, even if she zigs or zags, it doesn't really matter at that point, because one way or the other, she's going to be on the hook for fraud. And it could have real dire consequences on her ability to practice law and to work and on your children. And
dude, all the things.
If we have to do it, we have to do it. But I really feel like I owe it to your children to at least go try to talk to her lawyer. See if we can't figure out some way to resolve this short of full on, conflagration. And met with her lawyer. And he's a very, very, very reputable lawyer here in town. Been around a long, long time, tried a bunch of cases. And I'd worked with him on some white collar stuff in the past, so I knew him. And he kind of poo-pooed what I was saying. And I just finally told him, I said, hey, look, Jimmy, my conscience is clear. And Tim's laughing. He knows. I mean,
Jimmy.
So remember, he was Wendy's divorce attorney at the, towards the end here. Because remember, the lady who testified on Donna's behalf, they fired her earlier on. And then Jimmy was her divorce. And interesting, right, that the defense didn't call him, Donna's defense, right? They didn't call Jimmy. They called the one prior to Jimmy.
And Jimmy's kind of got a shtick. He can kind of all shucks you. And, oh man, I don't know what. I think you're just going a little bit overboard here, kind of like that or whatever. And I know Jimmy, and that's kind of a routine that he has, but that's not really. He's a very bright man. And when you're kind of in normal mode, and I said, look, my conscience is clear. I did what I came here to do. If we, can find some old school resolution for this, I feel like we owe it to our clients to try. And if we can't, then so be it. That's the only time in my career as a lawyer that I've ever gone to another lawyer's office and tried to broker a deal. For me, it could be perceived as a sign of weakness. And so it's not something I would normally ever entertain. But I felt so strongly about the fact that if this went forward with this litigation, that it was going to be so damaging to Wendi that I just had no choice but to take the risk of looking weak. And so I turned around and was walking out of his office, and I reached out and grabbed his doorknob. And I could still see it in my mind's eye. And he said, Stephen, I know what you're trying to do. And it was like, for the first time, he wasn't all shucks at me. He said, Stephen, I know what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it. And I turned around, looked back at him, and I said, well, Jimmy, if I feel like I owe it to your client to at least give her this chance to see if we can't find common ground. No. I said, but if I haven't heard from her or you on July 18th, I'm going to file something. And when I file it, I feel like there's going to be no going back.
All right. So to answer this question, Kat saying, how can you really schedule a geek squad to line up with certain with a hit? Easy. I think this date came from this. Where did July 18th come from? It came from this deadline. So once she had this deadline right, Wendi coordinated everything else. So what do I mean by that? Well, she made sure that she knew Jeff's schedule. When's he going to go out of town? Potentially, let's just say that Jeff wasn't going out of town on July 18th. I would imagine Wendi would have just figured out somebody else who she very easily could have pinned to be the fall guy. It's not that hard, right? Apparently, she was also seeing all these other dudes. So yeah. At the very least, she's always got her family, right? I think Jeff would have been a bonus. But so there's that. So she confirms his schedule, right? They have the whole plan worked out of who's going to have the kids. Schedule that appointment for the Geek Squad. Wendi describes that at length in every trial, right? They're supposed to come within a certain window. And remember, the window they were supposed to come was later and they came early. But you schedule it. You schedule that shit. Remember, she tries to claim that Harvey scheduled it. If Harvey scheduled it, he scheduled it when Wendi said to schedule it. It's not that hard, right? Wendi is the one who gave everyone the information. She told Harvey, if it was Harvey, when to schedule it, right? Schedule it for this one, right? She puts it in her fucking on her calendar. She talks about that in her interview. They came early, but they came at least in the vicinity of when she wanted them to come. Okay. And remember, she'd already set it up long ahead of time with the whole thing with the TV and the hit. And then you've got, she knows this is the same date that this is going to be filed. This is her big deadline here, right? Or she's fucked. And then you've got again, like I said, Jeff Lacoste's plans. And then you've got, and then of course, well, how did the hitman show up? Well, because Wendi obviously told Charlie, and Charlie told Katie, and Katie told Lewis and Sigfredo. And that's right. Thank you, Neeson. She canceled the trip with Jeff to California around the same time Steve met with her lawyer. Yup. And that was also when they made that first trip that they didn't do. You know what's so funny? This just now dawned on me, guys. This is getting scarier and scarier. This just now dawned on me. For anyone who's watched everything with this case, and by that I mean what I mean is specifically the other trials, but also Luis Rivera's proffer. One of the only things that I can say that was inconsistent from Lewis, and it wasn't like he was really lying, but the only thing that was kind of not as consistent as the rest of it, and something he seemed kind of unclear about, and y'all let me know if you also got this impression, was the reason why they didn't do the hit the first time. So you've got the whole thing, well, they go up there and it's like they couldn't find him or something like that, but we know they showed up at Dan's house because he saw Wendi there, right? That whole thing. And then it's like, okay, so then they decided it wasn't going to work. So then they just decided to go buy a bunch of drugs and they shot the hole in the Prius or whatever. But like, you know, it's entirely possible that that was the initial plan until Wendi learned about this deadline. And she said, hold on, we need to call it off and wait. What do you guys think? I don't know, man. Yeah, I also tend to believe Lewis. What I'm saying is, like, in other words, it's not that I think he's being dishonest or whatever. It's like he's not clear on why. That's what I always got the impression of, and it's because they never told him, right? It's like in all the trials, right? No one who's ever been able to give like a clear reason why it didn't go through the first time. I just feel like it's sort of been just sort of like this or that, but you don't need, you only need one reason. You don't need a bunch of different reasons, right? And it was sort of like none of it really clicked for me. But with all this new information, it completely changes things, man. It was Wendi. It was Wendi. Dan's new girlfriend lived in New York, but it was Wendi. Luis Rivera is clear as day on that. If you watch the proffer. Luis only talked to Alfredo. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then and Alfredo talked to Katie, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were all coked up. But my recollection is that they decided to get all coked up because they realized, like, from Lewis's proffer, it's like the way that came out in the proffer was like, oh, we're not going through with it. Like, it didn't work out. And because they were given this money, remember they were given like a stipend or whatever. They already had the hotel booked. They were given this money to like for their trip. And it was because of the fact that they were like, and again, in my recollection is that Lewis was like not really clear on the reason he was told why it wasn't going through. But because they were already there and they had all this money, they're like, oh, let's just go get all these drugs. So like that was, my recollection is that was after they realized that it wasn't going to happen. Yeah, that could be true also. But I mean, man, though. Yes, Siggy saw her too. And saw, yep. But the Lewis talking about that is chilling in that proffer. I have it all time stamped because he brings it up multiple times. And this is a dude who was like high up in the Latin Kings, right? Like this is a hard dude. This is a dude like, y'all, when you hear him describe that encounter with Wendi, it'll give you goosebumps because you can tell that he has goosebumps when he talks about it. He's like, I'm paraphrasing, but he's basically saying to the detectives, like, he's like, yo, I'm freaked out over this. I'm freaked out. This is freaking me out. Like, he was like, I can't wrap my head around it. Like, he was freaking out, even then recounting it to them. And he brings it up multiple times. And you can just tell from his tone and his body language and everything that he's like, it scared him. And he's scared even thinking about it in hindsight. And like, that's palpable. And I can't wait for that to come out in Wendi's trial. They got coke the second they reached Talent, right? Well, I guess so. Even if the idea is like, okay, they got too high on drugs, so that's why it didn't work out. What's come out in the trials though is remember, like, even just in Donna's trial just recently here, it was like we lost him. We lost him. We just couldn't, we were trying to follow him and we lost him or something like that, right? Which, like, that's, again, it's just sort of one of those things where it's like, well, what does that even mean? Like, they had the house. Like, I don't know. It was like they weren't, you know what I mean? Like, and if it was the drugs, why not just say the drugs? You know what I mean? So it's one of those things. It's like a kid, like the kid at school, right? When they're in like first grade and it's like they didn't do their homework. And then the teacher's like, where's your homework? And it's like, oh, well, my house caught on fire. And, I lost all my pencils. And also I have the flu. And, my eyeball went blind, so I can't read. And the dog ate it, right? It's because it's still too many reasons, right? Like, you know what I mean? That type of thing. Even if they did get cooked up before, what is that? I don't think it matters at all. I don't think it matters at all. No, I think what matters to me is the reason that they as in Lewis and Sigfredo, the reason that they believe it didn't happen the first time. And and my point is, like, the reason that we've been, and of course Alfredo doesn't talk, but the reason, from what we heard from Lewis, he's not clear. He's not able to just give, here's the reason why, right? And it's just been kind of mixed testimony at the trials and whatnot. On the first trip, he was supposed to be the shooter. I don't remember. I'm sure somebody in the chat remembers. And I feel like that might be another detail that changed between the proffer and then the testimony at trial. But okay, let's carry on, because now we're going to get into the part where he talks about Wendi faking being abused and whatnot.
Did I understand?
Crazy.
And I never heard back from them. And that was on June 24th. And July 18th was a Friday. And so I told Danny, that was our deadline. And I told Jimmy that was when I was going to file it. I didn't tell him what I was going to file, but I just told him. And Thursday night, my wife and I and our kids, we were traveling to a baseball tournament in South Haven, Mississippi, up by Memphis. And so I drafted the request for admissions on Thursday, kind of went over them with Dan Thursday night. And the plan was we were going to talk the next morning to finalize them for filing. And I told Dan that I was convinced that he was still seeing Wendi intermittently. And I told him, I said, that's got to stop. If I find out you're hanging around her, I'm going to be out. I'm going to get off this case, because I had genuine concerns that she might accuse him of, like, hitting her, kicking her, slapping her, try to get an injunction against him, and then use that as a tactical advantage to try to leverage her move with the children back down to Miami. And I know the lawyers here know that they've seen those family law cases that trickle over into criminal court.
They sure do.
So Friday morning, he called me. I was in the Central Time Zone. We had stopped in Hoover, Alabama, and
Friday morning.
It was 8 a.m. my time. My children were jumping on the beds. I was like, I can't do this right now, Dan. I'll call you back. Let me get the children fed and get on the road, and I'll call you back at 11 my time. And as we were driving down the highway, and I was just about to call him, my wife decided that she needed to make a stop at a mall. And so I
imagine that.
Totally random. So I Googled, and I found there was a nice mall about 15 minutes away. And I said, well, actually, that's perfect, because you can take the kids inside, and I'll get on the phone with Dan and stay in the truck, and I'll have privacy, and we'll go over these and get them filed, because they were ready pretty much to be filed. And, kind of going back to the duty to keep your client informed, I wanted to make sure he had a chance to look at them and he was satisfied. So I called him, I believe it was at, it would have been 12:18 Tallahassee time, Eastern. So I guess he had probably been shot about, 25 minutes prior, and maybe 30. He didn't answer, which I thought was really weird, because Dan would always answer my calls. We talked a lot. And even if he was with the children, he would still answer my call. He would say, I'm with the boys, I'll call you back, and hang up. So I thought it was weird. And I hadn't heard from him, and it was probably 3:30 or so, Tallahassee time, or 2:33. And I was starting to actually get frustrated, because I was starting to think that he was getting cold feet about filing. And I'd already told the lawyer it was going to happen. So I was starting to get a little bit frustrated with Dan, thinking that probably Wendi had called him and kind of beguiled him or whatever, or cajoled him or whatever, manipulated him. And my phone rang, And it was a police officer here in town that I've worked with in the past. I know. And it's not unusual for some of my former clients just to call me on random things. And so I answered and I said, hey, you know, what's going on? And she said, how do you know Dan Markel? And I said, what? And she said, how do you know Dan Markel? And I was like, what in the world is happening right now? And then it dawned on me that she was in violent crimes. And so I concluded that Wendi had accused Dan of battery or something like that. And that's where my mind went. So I went into lawyer mode. And I said, he's my client. I'm going to talk to him right now. And she said, you can't. And I said, I can, which isn't necessarily 100% true. But I said, yes, I can. I represent him right now. I have an active case, active representation. I want to talk to my client right now. And that part was true, but it was a different case. So she doesn't necessarily have to, I don't represent him on that one. Anyway, she responded and she said, you can't because something really bad has happened. And I know it sounds crazy, but at that very moment, I knew they had murdered him. I knew they killed him. And never once had that crossed my mind before. But just something came over me. And so that was kind of my backstory and how this 11-year+ year odyssey started for me.
Wow.
Okay. So yeah, I was just saying to Northwest's point here, remember Wendi had this assumption that the boys were too young. They would never remember any of this. I think Wendi's hope was like, okay, the boys are so young, right? Like make sure that Dan's alone so the boys aren't there when the hit happens. Because I think what she really was hoping was like that they would just like never ever hear that they ever had a dad type of thing. And I don't know what she would have done when they got older, but basically it's like she was hoping that they were too young to remember their dad. It's like, make sure that they aren't there when it happens, make sure that they're, you know, off doing whatever, you know, that we're going to change their last name. It's almost like she was just thinking, okay, you know, because they're so young, like we can just erase, like she can just erase their dad from their lives entirely to where they never even knew he existed type thing, which is just disgusting. Welcome on in, Kane. Kane is here, everybody. Northwest says she has memories from age 3. Yeah, same. I actually have memories from being an infant. Like it's crazy. Every now and again, I'll be like talking with my mom or whatever, and I'll be like, oh yeah, remember that time, and I'll describe something, and she's like, how do you remember that? Like you were 3 months old. So it's entirely possible. But you know, Wendi, of course, though, you know, I guess she was actually asking Jeff about it, like, would they remember or whatever. But then, of course, that testimony kind of got cut short at Donna's trial. Don't worry, guys. In Wendi's trial, we'll hear more about it. And the other thing is this. It doesn't even really matter if Wendi was correct about the age that people remember things. Because, of course, like, when I first heard that, I was like, that's bullshit. Like, of course, kids remember things younger. Obviously. What matters, though, isn't even if it's true or not, or accurate or not, or factual or not, or whatever. What matters is if Wendi believed it to be the case, right? And that's the point. If she believed that to be the case, that's all that really matters when it comes to her motivations. So now, one more time, for those of you guys who are just now getting here, let me just unshare, reshare. Fun little surprise here. Okay. Those of you guys who were already here earlier, no answering this question because we're going to play the game again. We're going to play the game again for everyone who just was getting here a little bit later. This is the game. The game is name that waterfall location. So who wants to guess, who didn't already guess, just, you know, mum's the word. The location of this backyard, not tiny waterfall. Where is this? For anyone who's just getting here and didn't see this at the beginning of the live stream, y'all get to guess too. And name that waterfall location. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Welcome on in, Kevin. Happy to see you as well, my friend. Yep. Kevin says he remembers the house that his family moved out when he was 2.5. He could draw the floor plan. Yep. I don't know what Swamp Rose's house is. I'll give you a hint. Those of you guys who were here on the last live stream, it might happen to be a certain house that we actually talked about. We talked about doing some certain renovations for the Squirrel Crew. That's like a really huge hint. Y'all remember the squirrel pad? I think Northwest said that she was going to live in the house by herself and we all got to live out on the deck, or the dock rather. Kane's got a point. Just because I don't know what a Swamp Rose house is doesn't mean he's not right. You're not right that it's that, whatever that, but your logic is sound. I see your logic and your logic is sound. If that were actually the correct answer. It is a warm climate. Yes, indeed, it's a warm climate. It is southern. Some might even say South Florida area, for example. And on the last live stream, I was when I discovered this right after the live stream, I was like, oh my God, how did this not come up on the last live stream when we were discussing renovating Squirrel Pad? More southern than Tallahassee. Think all the way down the bottom of Florida. And I'll give you guys another big hint. It's somebody we've been talking a lot about recently as it pertains to this case. Somebody's house was for sale. This happens to be in their backyard, of all things. It's like as if they had the foresight. It's as if they had a squirrely crystal ball to know how we feel about waterfalls, right? It's like they had a squirrely crystal ball and they were like, hang on, we need to put a waterfall in the backyard. And you know what? It cannot be tiny. It cannot be a tiny waterfall. Totally. I thought the same thing. It almost looks like the theme was Hef's Grotto. Yup. Come on. Right. And even that's a good hint, even if you didn't intend it to be. I know. I can't believe they're not getting it. Where's Northwest? Northwest was stepped away because Northwest was the reason that I even discovered this, to be honest. So we have Northwest to thank for this. Mama Donna's, you're fine. We're getting warmer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Not quite. Think back to this great hint, whether it was intentional or not, about Hef's Grotto. Who do we know that was fancied himself a bit of a playa? I should say it like that. Playa. Playa. It is in Miami. Correct. It is in Miami. Yeah, how was this not known that this was here at this house? I'll give you guys another really huge hint. Well, one thing we've heard about there being a hot tub at this particular location. We heard a lot about the hot tub, but how the fuck did no one discuss the waterfall is my question. I don't get it at all. Ding, ding, ding. Charlie Adelson's house. Okay, so now let's take a look at the listing. So we talked about all the different ways we would make these renovations and make the house better, And what wasn't discovered, or I didn't discover it until after the live stream when I was pulling up the house on like the Zillow or what have you. I was like, I was scrolling through and I was like, oh my fucking God, what? This we will not change. We will not renovate. This we leave. Okay, so now let's take a quick look at the house. I thought it would also be fun to even like go through and specifically make it like scroll style with all the different suggestions that we had, because we had a lot of really good suggestions to improve it. Let me just unshare, reshare real quick here. Y'all ready? And it just sold, actually, by the way, guys. It just sold on March 3rd of this year. So sold for $1,125,000 on March 3rd of this year. All right, y'all ready? Here we go. Charlie's house on Whale Harbor. So let's take a look at the pictures. How about that? Okay. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. We talked a lot about that last time. So there we go. Very Florida-y. Got a little teeny garage. Here's the living room. Now here's one thing. So in terms of how would we renovate it? Okay, we don't need the freaking Marlin or whatever the fuck that is. I love all the natural light though. And I love all the huge, like the glass business here. I also love, look at those stairs. Those are some nice stairs. And I love that it's all flooring. So you could just, for those of you guys who aren't the biggest fans of carpets or whatever, and if you've ever lived in a place that doesn't have carpet, you'll understand why. Like I am in that category because I live in a house that has no carpet. It's all hardwood floors and then tile in the kitchen. So like, anyway, and I have in the living room, I have like a throw rug similar to this, right? It is amazing for so many reasons. but you could even get rid of that. Anyway, look at that. Look at that beautiful tile. Lovely glass. Love those stairs. They're very nice stairs. And now we got a close up of the Marlin. I guess that's a huge was a huge selling point for whoever closed on this. And look, oh my God, you can see the waterfall. So you can be sitting, y'all. Also, another reference to Jeff here, Jeff Devine, the TV. Hopefully, Kane's still listening. The big, what do you call it? The monster TV that he didn't. Anyway, you can be sitting here and watching your monster TV, and you can also look to the right, admire your not tiny waterfall, and think about how much better you are than Jeff. I will say, look up here to the left, top left here. Can you guys see my mouse? Somebody needs to please change the HVAC filter. That's disgusting. People always forget about that. Not me, but a lot of people seem to just neglect their HVAC filters. Not a good idea, people. Look at all this natural light, though. I'm all about that natural light. I love it. You can totally admire the pool. If you've got kids, you can monitor them from, make sure they're not drowning and whatnot, Ceiling fan. So here's a bedroom. So this has got to be the master bedroom, I think. And it's got, I love that. I love that it's got those doors so you can go right out to the pool. Again, the natural light. I think I would get rid of, I wouldn't do the brown and the taupe. I would probably go with like a teal, kind of like the colors that I love for, maybe a bit darker, but like the theme that I have for my stuff, you know what I mean? Like my banners and whatnot, like a little bit darker than that, maybe, just like a nice tropical feel. I don't know what the brown and the taupe though are just really not what I would think is, it doesn't really match the rest of this, right? This is a tropical paradise, right? Anywho, also it looks like the wall is kind of like all banged up kind of there, but love that. Love that. What if Jeff is watching now and buys that house? I think he's gonna have a little bit of trouble because they're under investigation from the feds, and the feds are going to be taking everything that they have. But you're right. We do not want to, we're going to have to jump on it because we don't want to give him that opportunity while he still can. But before Jeff is in prison, we don't want to give him that opportunity. Yeah, no carpet. Yeah. I'm telling you, especially y'all that have dogs or cats or whatever, like that's just one reason. One reason why having no carpet is amazing is because what happens with the fur, it's miraculous. Like what in my house, right? Like when, Frodo sheds, it's like, like with carpet or whatever, like normally fur will just disperse everywhere. And it's like your house would have a layer of carpet, and on top of the layer of carpet, you have just a layer of fur. And it's like evenly dispersed everywhere. And the only way to get rid of it is to like vacuum. You have to move all the furniture. Anyway, like when you have all hardwood flooring or would you still have carpet, right? What happens is because the fur can just easily move around, it all because of the airflow. What happens is all of the fur just collects in certain locations, and there's like one for each room. So it's like this corner here, and that room it's over there, and there's like a little spot in the hallway, and they're right there. And what you get is it all clumps together, and you literally you don't even have to vacuum, to be honest. You just have like clumps of fur, and you know exactly where they're going to be, and they're like so clumped together you can just like pick them up, and then like you're done. So that's one reason. The acoustics are better. That's another reason. Also, carpet never lasts. It always seems like if it's brand new, it's like, oh no, carpet is dumb. This is totally the way to go. Much more the way to go. Easier to clean, even if you don't have pets. Just stays nicer for longer. Anyways, okay, so now let's keep looking. So here is, again, another view of the master bedroom, nice ceiling fan, nice closet. And then we have the master bathroom. Now, before we see the shower, because the shower is really the showstopper here, this is okay. I think you need 2 sinks because this is a lot of counter space. You need his and her sinks, I would say. And I would prefer a larger window, but whatever. Maybe change some of the color scheme here, but look at this. Wait till you see the shower. Wait, is this the shower I was thinking of, or is there a different shower? I feel like there was a really incredible shower. Maybe it's the other bathroom. Anyway, so here's the shower here. That's actually nothing to write home about. So I must have been thinking about the other one. But it is a nice walk-in shower. I've always wanted one and I've never had one. I've always wanted a nice walk-in shower like that. Y'all. I mean, I would change the color of those like accent tiles or whatever, but like you could totally do this up though with like all the, you know, the multiple shower heads and all the one, you know, all the fancy shit. Okay. And then now we have, there's those stairs, a weird basketball thing there on the right. Get rid of that, obviously. And now we have, now this is what's funny here. So this is like, what's going on here? So this has got to be one of the 3 bedrooms, but why is this is odd. It's a bedroom / living room. I don't really know why they didn't move the couch out for this picture or move the bed out, because this is just very odd if you're like selling this, right? Like, and where the bed is located, blocking the doors. Anyway, pretend the bed and the couch aren't there. This is another bedroom. Again, you have a ceiling fan. You've got lots of windows. And again, you've got doors that open to the outside patio. Very nice. So I would imagine this is like on the other side of the house. Like I would imagine that the master bedroom is like on, let's just say the left side, right? On the first floor. And then this one's got to be on the right side, for example, the opposite side of the house on the first floor, because they're able to go out onto the patio. Okay. So now, because again, it's 3 bedrooms. So now we have the 3rd bedroom. And so this has got to be up those, if you go up the stairs, where's the stairs? Yeah, if you go up those stairs, and it's like, it's really kind of like 1.5 stories. This is really kind of more like a lofty situation because it's not a full staircase. But you go up those like a couple of stairs there, and this would be the 3rd bedroom. Again, ceiling fan, now not lots of windows. Oh, you know what this is? Sorry, I take it back. You know what this is? Holy shit. This is the garage. These people, okay. Y'all, look at what's behind the crib. That's what they're trying to hide it. That's a garage door. That's, in my opinion, a little bit dishonest to be like, oh, it's a 3-bedroom house. This is the garage. That's a garage door. So this is on the first floor. Remember when I was like, oh, look, a tiny garage? Like if I go back up here, that's what that looks like. The other side of the garage or something like that. Let me go back to where we are here. Because I mean, that's what that is. That is a garage door. That's what that looks like to me. Anyways, although it looks like it's up kind of higher. This is interesting. I want to see a floor plan. Maybe we can get a floor plan because it looks like it's up a little bit higher, but that is 100% looks like a garage door, right? What do y'all think? Yeah, split level. That's the term I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. I do like the gray wood furniture thing, but I mean, you know, I don't, anyway, you know, this type of carpeting here, all plush like that defeats. Look at those beautiful hardwood floors. Get rid of that fluffy dust / fur / dirt / allergen collector. Okay, so this is again that same bedroom. Oh wow, look at those mirrors. Okay, now this is a nice bathroom. So this goes with this one. This might be the one I was thinking about. That's nice. Now it doesn't have a big, huge countery thing, but it has a nice shower situation, I think, here. It's nice. And you can always expand, you know, you can always make the showers, you know, bigger, whatever. They do that all the time. The remodeling. Okay, now the kitchen is nice. I like the kitchen. I don't like the choice for the flooring here, color-wise. And, you know, we could definitely replace the cabinets, right, guys? But the marble countertops, yes. Or granite. I don't know if it's granite or marble. Yes. Yes. A+ on that. A+ decision there. A+ decision. Lots of counter space. Love it. Got the natural light going on. Love that. I'm telling you, another one of those things, right? And again, the house where I live, I don't own it. I rent it, but it's also got like the granite countertops. It's the things that it's just worth it. You want you want all flooring and you want the granite or whatever marble. I don't know if there's a difference, but they look the same to me. Some more views of the kitchen. Yeah, the cabinets could use some updating. But overall, I love, like, if you're going to not spare an expense for upgrading or, like, you know, renovating a house, like the flooring, right? And then like the kitchen counters, those would be priorities to me. Like I could make do with some ugly cabinets, but give me the floor and the counters. Okay. And now we've got another view here. Look at all those mirrors. Interesting. You know who would love this? Y'all, Y'all know who would love this? Does anybody want to try to take a stab at who would love this? I have a feeling someone's going to guess. Who would love having all these mirrors on the wall here? Somebody from a trial recently. That's the only hint I'm going to give y'all. Somebody's going to guess it. There's one particular person who would especially love this. Okay. And then we've got, look at this. And then look at this backyard area though, guys. This is where it's at. There's an outdoor TV. Look, you've got a pagoda, so you can hang out outside. You guys see this? It's like a pagoda thing or whatever. Now you've got some like lounge, like you've got some furniture you can sit in. You can admire that waterfall as one should. I love that waterfall. I'm so about. I would want to climb up there and then jump off. I hope it's deep enough. And then look, you've even got, now here's your boating area. You've got your dock where you can keep your boat or your jet ski or your sea-doo or your yacht or your canoe or your kayak. What else? You know, other watercraft. Jet skis are super fucking fun. I would totally want to have a jet ski. And here's a great view of this pagoda thing. If that's even the name, that's what I'm calling it. But look at this. Now look at on the right here. Look at this area here for outdoor seat. You've got a grill. Look at this. You've actually got a whole other bar. If you guys look to the right under the TV, there's a sink, there's cabinets, there's probably a mini fridge in there. It's like a whole other kitchen-y area. You've got a grill, got tons of counters. You can, like, this is incredible. And look at the ceiling fans, which doesn't just help for the heat, right? But you know what those do? I will just tell you guys. When you have air movement, it keeps the mosquitoes from getting as bad, especially like the humid in Florida, right? In the summer, when you've got lots of fans going, it will dispel the mosquitoes more than if you just had stagnant air. So like that's crucial. This looks so great. I love it. There's even some birdhouses on there on that pagoda thing, as I'm calling it. You can also see the split level a little bit better there. But isn't this like, this is classy? This is classy. And another great, look at this though, guys. I mean, this just looks honestly like a good time, right? Like hang out here, you can make some food, you can make some drinks, you can go jump in the pool, you can hang out at the waterfall. Now, I don't know where the hot tub is. Oh, there it is. Just kidding. Okay, there is the hot tub. So it's all the way behind the sofa. It's kind of hard to see. It's this like square thing. That's the hot tub. So the hot tub's not connected to the pool, which is fine. Because you can have your hot tub crew, then you can go take a dip in the pool. The possibilities are endless, but it just looks great. Oh my God, look at the hammock. Oh my God, I love it. I love that. Got some nice chaise lounges or whatever they're fucking called. And you can see the hot tub a little bit better in this picture on the left there. It's got some nice steps there to get into it. That hammock is awesome. Wow. Like this is definitely the highlight of the house. I would say the backyard area. Like if you live here, like you know, if you want to make plans to expand the house, make it bigger, add more, it's like, but if you're somebody who wants to hang out in the backyard, you could tolerate whatever, not enough bedrooms or bathrooms. Like I would tolerate not enough bathrooms and whatnot. Because I would just be like, I'm just gonna be hanging out here. Like this is. And there we go. Ding, ding, ding. Lori, Vallow, Daybell. Yes, that's who would love those mirrors. Yup, yup, yup. That's like the first thing I thought of. I was like, oh my God, Lori would fucking love that. Too bad she can't have it. And so now here is the garage, I guess. Interesting. Oh, and there's a good view of the hot tub. Yeah, there you go. It's probably like an 8-person hot tub. And then you got this. This is interesting, though. Is that inside the garage? Like, what is the deal? It almost looks like it's not a full garage. Like, the front of it looks like a garage, right? Because it's got a garage door. But it looks like there's not a wall on one side, which is fine. It gives the illusion of a garage, right? It's kind of interesting. It's almost like they just took another, like, patio area, right? At some point, whoever lived here at some point, they took, like, another patio area and then just, like, added a garage door on the end, and then it's like you can just pull your car up here. But I will say, to me, it would do the job. Like, why would I want this? What I would want this for is like, if you're coming home and it's fucking pouring rain, you want to be able to get in the house without getting soaked. And this will do it. You've got your cover here. You know, who needs the wall on the side, right? Really. But and to people on the outside of the house, it gives the illusion of a full garage. if you're worried about like theft or what have you. And there's a nice door. You go right into the house with all your groceries, not having to get rained on. Okay, guys, I'm not a fan of this. Why? The washer and dryer are like in timeout hardcore. Ew. I would not. No. That's not going to work for me. There's the water heater. Fine. Like, no. Sorry, no. It's funny to think about. Think about all the stories about the laundry in this case, right? You know, it seems like the money wasn't washed here because that would have been washed at Donna's house. But like, anytime Charlie talks about doing laundry, we now know exactly where he's doing laundry. And this is not where I would want my laundry to be. I mean, no. That needs, take those out, figure out another place for the washer and dryer in the house. And then, you know, you can just use that as like a utility closet or what have you for all your pool gear or your whatever the fuck, pool floats. Because you got to lock those fuckers away during hurricane season, right? Like that space could be used for a lot of other things where it could be more useful to this area of the house. And more importantly, the washer and dryer could be more useful. Oh, I don't know, maybe inside, for example. Okay, now we have like some other views. There's a nice aerial view. Look at that though. Go right to your fucking boat, y'all. I mean, looking at it, okay, I have to say again, it's not great. It's not ideal in terms of the number of bathrooms compared to the bedrooms. I'm still trying to figure out what the deal is with that other bedroom that looks like it's a garage door. But anyways, what I will say is this, that in terms of what you get for the price with being right on the water, having its own dock, and then the backyard area, honestly, I think that, and for being in Miami, I think 1.125 million is actually a really good price. Because just like in terms of just like the location, the water access, the backyard, like all that is I think that's actually a really good price. I wonder if it's like the murder discount, you know what I mean? So I'm wondering, okay, so I'm looking at the picture on the left, right? So there's that garage door. So again, it looks like it's a full garage, but we know there's not a wall on the side. So you pull your car in there. We know that that door goes into like the kitchen in the living room area. So I'm wondering, so up above, you see the top part, guys, the part that's up above. I wonder if that is the weird extra bedroom that was turned into like a nursery type thing. Because again, it looked like it was up higher, but also I don't understand. Oh, okay. I got it now. The thing that looks like a garage door, it must be the window that is right behind that palm tree, but I don't know why it looks like a garage door from the inside. That's got to be what that is. So it is like a loft. So you got the two bedrooms, the living room, the kitchen, and all that on like the first level, basically. You've got one full bath. So these two bedrooms have to share one full bath. And then you've got another full bath. I still want to see a full. Got another full bath. I would imagine is connected to this upper little bedroom thing. Interesting. I mean, again, the location alone would make it worth it to be like, okay, we'll work out the kinks with this whole thing, like the layout, but like the real estate is prime. Charlie had a maid to do the laundry. That's right. Yeah, he was clearly focused on entertaining back here. I mean, I would be too, because you know what? I'll tell you this much. In a house where there's only two full bathrooms, right? And no half bath, like we talked about last time, there's no guest bathroom. There should be a half bathroom attached to like the living room area so that when you have guests over, they don't have to trample through either your bedroom or another person's, trample through the bedroom, right? To get to the full bathroom where you've got all your personal shit or your shower shit. You know what I mean? Can you imagine entertaining 9 people over and like they're all up in your like, you know what I mean? You don't want that. You want a half bath. But if you just keep everybody outside, then it's on them. They got to figure out where they can go pee, right? You know what I mean? Just like, yeah, we're sitting outside. Yeah, I loved the backyard. Charlie bought it for $338,000. Yeah, that is a fucking deal right there. That is a deal on the water, right? I mean, prime location. I wonder what that connects to. Does anybody know? Does that little like whatever you call that? I don't know what you would call that. Waterway, like, does that connect to like the ocean, like the Big ocean. What does that connect to? I'm sure we can find that out easily. We'll do that in just a sec. That's got to connect to the ocean, right? Unless it connects to some sort of lake. Okay. Interesting. Is that the airport right there? We're going to have to do Google Maps this. Interesting. 2518 Wilhart. I mean, a great location. It really is. Oh my God, here's the floor plan. Thank God. All right, let's see. So they're calling it 3 floors. That's funny. So we need to start with, where's floor 1? Can we make this bigger? Okay. Yes, so floor 1 is on the left. Okay, so these stairs, if you guys look all the way to the left, I know it's tiny. Can I make it? I have an idea. Hold on. I have an idea. It'll take me just a second to do this, but this will be worth it because we need to be able to fucking see this so we can really fully understand all the improvements we're going to make to this house. By the time we're done with it, it'll sell for $10 million. So, okay, hang on just one sec. I was just pulling this up and I've got right next to it, I've got this picture of Cain that I used to make the Cain emoji. Pretty funny. All right. One more second and then we will be able to make it bigger. That's what she said. That's what she said. Almost done. Okay, so now let me just share this to you guys. Oh yeah, that's much better. Okay, here we go. Okay, great. Now we can do things. All right, so starting with the first floor. So these little stairs over here all the way to the left. So those are the stairs that connect to the fake garage, the faux garage. Right, that's those stairs. So you pull in, you pretend you're Charlie, you pull in, or you pretend you're us rather. Pull in, right, your car. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, go back. Okay. Come in, all right, pull in, and then there's your stairs. So your stairs will take you right in. You can go to the dining area or to the kitchen, right? Okay. And then there's a door. Now that's interesting. So these are these are windows. So, okay. So if you want to get, that's interesting. So the primary bedroom connects to the dining area. I don't even remember seeing the dining area. I just remember seeing the kitchen. I guess there's a dining area. Interesting. But that, if you want to go to your bedroom, right? If you're in the primary bedroom, you go through the dining area type thing. That's kind of, I don't know how I feel about that. It's a bit weird. I'd rather there be a hallway anyways. And then you go to the primary bedroom. So it looks like the top of these, right? That's the backyard. Those are the big windows / from the bedroom. It's like doors, right? That open out to the backyard. There's a bathroom. And then, okay. So as far as the bathroom here, so there's the living room. So like if you got people over and they're hanging out inside in the living room and they want to use the bathroom, they're going to like go. They have to go through your bedroom, right? Because like, what is this divider here though? So this is the shower, and then I'm trying to figure this out. Unless they have it divided off, I didn't see one of those things. There was not. So one thing you can do, right, is you know how there's like a water closet where you have like a full bathroom, but then it's like there's another door where the toilet is. What would be smart, right? You chuck a door there. So you've got the master bathroom with the shower, and then you chuck a door before you get to the toilet and make that into a water closet. And then you fucking lock that shit when you have people over. And then when they come over, they can, if they can enter, they can only go through, they can go directly to the water closet. And to them, it's just, oh, here's the toilet, right? So they can just get to that, right? But then, you know what I mean? So that it separates it from the rest of the bathroom. So they're not like traipsing through your bedroom and like going through all your shit. Anyways, let's see what y'all are saying in the chat. Adult toy. I mean, right? It's just 2 bedrooms upstairs. Okay, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Well, I guess we hadn't made it that far, but yes, thank you. A nice place to pee, yes. Welcome on in, James. Yeah, canal. Oh, it's a canal to the ocean, right? And they can pee in the canal. If you're outside, yeah, have them pee in the canal. Plenty of water. It's a canal to the ocean, so that's sweet. That's super sweet. Y'all, I love the ocean. That is like, the thought of this, I'm like, oh my God, I would just freaking love that. It's like, you know, the equivalent, like if you love skiing, it's the equivalent of like living on the slopes where it's like, okay, let me just put my skis on and just step outside into my front yard. Okay, I'm on the slopes. It's like that. You've got a boat or any type of watercraft in the canal. You just go out to the ocean. Like that's sick, man. That's sick. That alone is again why I think the house could have sold for a lot more than it did back earlier this year. Oh my God. Kat Randall says, are people going to pee in the wash machine? You know what? Maybe. Yeah, that was grody and nasty. And that would be a good place. Plus there's doors, get a little bit of privacy. Pee in the pool. Now I'm somebody, this is probably TMI. I'm somebody who I physically cannot pee in water. Just anyways. And James sent a super sticker. Thank you, James. Also, long time no see. Hope you've been doing good or not good. Awesome. Miss Mojo says, welcome to our pool. Notice there's no pee in it. Please keep it that way. Oh, that's brilliant. Did you make that up on your own? That is brilliant. Oh, you said a friend used to have that sign. I love it. Welcome to our pool. Notice there's no pee in it. Please keep it that way. I love it. Yes, I love it. I would force them to go in the closet if they want to pee. Yeah. Go in the closet, or if you want to pee in the water, get in the canal. Those are your options. It's a long ass way to the ocean, is it? We haven't done that part yet. Okay. Okay. I still am just curious though about this floor plan, like what's going on. Cause it looks like there's a door there, but we looked at the pictures and I don't remember seeing a door. So let's just see real quick here. Scrolling back a little bit here. I know y'all can't see it, but I just don't want to have to like unshare, reshare a million times. I'm just looking real quick here. There's the bedroom. Yeah, there's not enough pictures of that bathroom. No, because there's the toilet right there. Yeah, there's no way around it. I don't know what the deal is with that floor plan, making it look like potentially there's a door. I mean, yeah, there's a window to the wall. There's a shower. Oh, there's a shower curtain. What? That is disappointing. I was expecting it to be a glass door, and that stand-up walk-in shower thing, it's a shower curtain. No. That should be a glass door. Showers directly in front of the toilet. Okay. So yeah, affirmative. The only way to enter that bathroom is through the bedroom. Okay, that solves that one. All right. So it's just a little bit misleading the way this is drawn. Okay, so then we have the living room, nice big living room. And then this thing here that's not labeled right above the living room, that's got to be that outdoor pagoda area, as I'm calling it, pagoda thing. Now we've got some stairs. Why are there 2 directions of stairs? I don't understand. Oh, I guess the front door, maybe? They did not make that clear. Like there's the front door and then you go up the stairs to get in the front. They didn't show us that in the pictures. And then there's stairs that take you to the next level, the split level. And there's the 2 bedrooms. Okay. And they share a bath. But if you're in the bedroom you want the bedroom up here at the top, right? Because then you are connected directly to the bathroom and you get the view of the backyard or whatever. I kind of want to know what that, but didn't that also have a way to walk out onto the I had a way to walk out onto the backyard. That doesn't make any sense though. Do you jump off the roof? What's going on? I need to pull that back up. Hold on. Interesting. Let me go and find this picture here. I'm starting to memorize the order of the pictures, which makes it a little bit easier to find all the things. Yeah, here. So, oh, I was right about the fucking roof. Hold on. Y'all, I was right about the roof. I was right. That was a joke. But hang on. Y'all. That's wild. Check it out. I wish I could make this bigger. So behind the bed, remember when I was like, the bed's a weird place. Those are doors. Those are French doors. I don't know if you guys can see it because it's kind of small, but that is the roof. And there's like no fence. So like, what's the deal? Can you jump into the pool from that? Like, what is going on? So those French doors open up onto the roof. That's what that is. So this would be the bedroom you want, though, if you're upstairs, up top, because it connects to the bathroom and it's got access to the roof. And then we've got this bedroom. And again, it's so funny because those windows that are behind the, like, what do you call that? Manger? Not a manger, you know, crib. Anyways. Yeah, and the same thing on the other wall. They look like garage doors or whatever. Weird. So that's the side of the house. Interesting. It just makes me wonder if that used to be something else and it was like converted into a wall or something. But that's an interesting situation. That's the third floor. Wow. You know what it is? It's one of those things. It's in a little ways, or in some ways, kind of reminiscent of the house in Idaho, isn't it? Where it's like a split level and like things are probably added on over time, and so some of it doesn't make the most sense intuitively. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of awkward. But again, if you really love that backyard, you tolerate it. If you really want to go out on the canal and get to the ocean, like I would tolerate it while we were renovating it because I freaking love that backyard. So, oh wait, I just shared the wrong fucking thing. I'm an idiot. Hold on. I just got so excited thinking about the backyard. I just didn't even share things properly, you guys. All right. Yeah, there's no basement. There's no basement. There's like the bottom level is the one that attaches to that like faux garage. And then, yeah, it is very much split level and it kind of curves to the ground from the outside. It's pretty interesting. So yeah, so then there you go. So again, this on the right-hand side here, right? This bedroom, that opens up onto the fucking roof, which is wild. Actually, I think we are done with this. We can go back to the Whale Harbor. Whale Harbor. And then we're going to get into the testimony. So let's see here. I really love looking at this type of thing, though. I think it's very interesting. What I wanted to do, so let's go. Hang on. Now that we have a better idea. Okay. Right. So remember the part about the roof I was just talking about? I guess when I say roof, it's really the pagoda. So that door, you can't see it in this picture, that door that in that other bedroom up here, that opens up. Like those are doors you can open and walk out and you'd be standing on top of this pagoda. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to do like pull a move from, what movie is it? It's one of those movies, right? Where they jump from the roof into the pool. I can't remember which movie. Maybe it's more than one. If you really wanted to be a daredevil, right? You could like try to like sprint all the way to the corner of that pagoda and then see if you could like flip into the pool. Wouldn't recommend it though, unless it's deep enough. So that that seems like the type of shenanigans that maybe happened here when people got drunk potentially. Yeah, there you can really see it. Yeah, so here you can actually see where they're partially cut off, but you can see those French doors and they open up onto the pagoda. Weird. I hope it's structurally sound if you wanted to actually like fucking walk out there. Interesting. It's an interesting choice, right? To have the French doors for that room without there being a plan for like, where are they going to go? It's like the stairs to nowhere, but these are like the doors to nowhere. Like before this pagoda was added on, those doors, if you were to just walk out those doors, you'd be on the ground. Like it's just odd. Like that weirdness, weird. I don't know how that happened. It doesn't seem safe. There's no safety railing or anything like that. Love the hammock. There's that weird thing. Okay, so yeah, so just again, There we go, split level. Got the little faux garage. The other thing that's great too, we didn't even point this out, the backyard is fenced. So great for a dog, like Frodo, great for Frodo. I guess it's fenced in the front, but then this may as well be fenced, right? Like this may not prevent, if you've got a dog that loves the water and wants to go swimming, this may not prevent like a Labrador from like jumping into the canal, right? But this would definitely be enough for Frodo to where he would interpret this as a fence and he would be able to just be hanging on out. There's not really good grass area to pee, but you know, where there's a will, there's a way. I mean, everybody's going to be peeing. It's going to be a pee frenzy, right? Because you got the dogs, you got the people. That closet's going to be pretty busy, am I right? Better get the washer and dryer out of there, make room. Let's see if there's anything. Okay, that's the last picture. The last thing I want to do real quick, what was the address? 2518. Run one more quick little thing and then we'll go to the testimony. So Google Maps. Every time I want to do Google Maps, I Google Google Maps. What do you guys do? Okay. Wait, whoa. That's before some remodeling was done. Look at it. Ooh, wow. Yeah, so here in this picture, can we see this bigger? Oh yeah, so from when this was taken in 2024. So, okay, interesting. Did Charlie, who remodeled? It was remodeled before it sold for, so when it had that big increase in price. Okay, so let's just back up. When Charlie lived here, it looked like this, which is way different. Notice what's missing. Okay, first of all, we're missing the faux garage. The outside is real weird. Yeah, that is very different. So this is when this is what it would have been like when he bought it for like 300K or whatever. Very different than what it looks like now. Wow. Yeah, they did a lot. They did a lot. But I wanted to see the, okay. All right. So where is the ocean? So there's the canal. How far on our jet ski, canoe, yacht, what have you, how far are we going to be going on the canal until we get to the, oh my God, we're getting closer. So we would just basically go out to our dock, right? We would hang a left once we get to the canal, hang a left. Then we would hang a right, I think. Let's just see here. Hang a right. Hang a right. Where's the ocean? Ocean's going to be on one side or the other. Let me zoom out. Wow. Yeah. Whoever said it was a long trip to the ocean was correct. It makes me wonder if that would not be the real destination. What do you guys think? Oh, there it is. Oh my God, look at that. So, okay. So now we have an idea. So what we would do is we would go to our dock, hang a left, and then we would hang another left and go down the canal. And now the canal, so that's actually not that. See, that's a lot closer than if it was the other. Okay, that makes sense. I wonder how long. Lago Mar. So we could probably do directions. Yeah. Wow. So that is, wow. Look at this. Look at this. Amazing. There's a reef. So we're going to do directions to get to, what was it called? Lago Mar Beach Resort. And does it give us the option to go by boat? Does it really not do that? That's crazy considering the situation. It should give us the option to go by boat, right? Cycling, walking. Well, maybe let's compare it to like, what would you guys think? If it was like maybe the bike, like cycling would be a comparable, you know what I mean? That's an hour and 2 minutes. Driving is 17 minutes. So depending on how fast your boat goes, right? And when you look at the route here, like when you guys look at the blue one here, right? That, for the most part, follows the path of the, actually, this one I think is maybe closer. Let's just see. Yeah, see, basically, this is very similar to the way you go by boat. So by car, 18 minutes. But you're not in a rush. You're hanging out, right? Just make sure that everybody's peed. And like, anyways, that's great. That's reasonable. So you could say maybe half an hour to an hour boat ride, right? To get from the house to the ocean. Oh my God. And then you can pull it right. Like the fact that you can park your boat in your backyard at your own dock is crazy. Like that is what's up. What do you guys think? Hi, Flash. Welcome. I know all the canals going to the main channel, right? Yeah, it's wild. I mean, and if you've got friends over here, right? Like basically you could choose to travel by road or by canal. Like this is literally a whole system, right? Where you could just opt to go by canal. Like I'm going to go hang out with so-and-so. All right, see ya. Hop on your boat, zoom, shuttle right on over to so-and-so's house via the canal, right? Wild. And is this a lake? What's this over here? Why are we not? Okay, there we go. What is this? Everglades thing. What is this body of water? Why is it not labeled? Nature Center. And I would imagine there's just docks all along the way. So you could even do some stops. Like you're going to go to the ocean. Like, I'm going to stop at this nature center. Like, that's nice. I bet there's some nice birds and shit. Maybe some nice alligators. Oh my God, I love alligators. Goddess hands by Eureka. What do you think they do here, guys? Oh, nails. Spilled it. There's the Ford Turnpike. I remember going on that road when we did a road trip down to Key Largo, all the way from Boone. Lots of, yeah, this is really what's up, guys. There's a pho place. Oh my God, y'all. Do you think this inspired Donna on her trip to, like, look at this. Do y'all think Donna ever ate here? I wonder if we can find that out. Why do I feel like Heather would be good to try to be the one who's gonna get on top of that shit? Does anybody want to take this upon themselves? See if there's a way that we can figure out this. There's a pho bar. Did Donna eat here all the time? And I'm saying that sarcastically because she's such a fan of Vietnam, right? I bet she never fucking ate there. But it'd be really funny to be like, yeah, she never ate there. I love pho. That just another perk in terms of buying this house and like the scroll pad. I love pho. I adore it. I mean, wow. It's got like everything. Except for enough full bathrooms. And maybe some sort of safety measure for people that are in that bedroom with the French doors, right? Safety first, guys. There's a Walmart. Get your shit there. Some sports ball going on. Yeah. Look at this. Some parks. Zoom out a little bit. I wonder how far this is from Kane. Hold on. I love the mapping. It's one of my faves. I don't know Kane's exact address, not that I need to. How far are you from Charlie's old house, Kane? Oh wow, that's not close at all. 4 hours basically. Wow. How far is Kane from Tallahassee? And specifically, we want, we're going to be legit here. Can't fucking spell this. Actually, hold on. I need to do this correctly. Because where do we want to go? We want to go to the courthouse, right? So how far is Kane from the Leon County Courthouse? Oh, wow. Florida's fucking huge, man. That's wild. 4.5 hours. Jesus. So that's not, yeah, that's definitely not conducive to attending Wendy's trial. I will say, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. When Wendy's trial happens, I will probably see what I can do to make arrangements to be there the whole time. I don't care what I have to do. Take off work, find a long-term place to stay, whatever. Like that's a trial I can't miss. Like I will have to be there. And honestly, the attorneys who I work for would totally support that. And they'd probably want to come with, actually. Just close down the whole firm. shut the court down, close down the firm. We're going to take a whole trip down to watch Five-O. Dude, fucking Five-O. Florida is a scary place. I agree. What town is this? Well, we just did a whole bunch of towns, so I'm not quite sure because you said this like 2 minutes ago. So we were initially in Miami, right? Well, I guess technically it was Fort Lauderdale. So for Charlie, right? So if I go back, where were we? Where did we go? Let's do this. I have an idea. Let's just recap where we went. So we were, what was it? Whale Harbor, 2518. So if we do, we're just going to chart this. So we got Whale Harbor, all right? And then we're going to add a stop to Clearwater to visit Kane. And then we're going to go from there to the Leon County. Aha, see? There it is. There's our path. Wow, Florida's crazy. There it is, guys. All right. So this is the whole tour, right? If you want to hang out at the new squirrel pad down here, right? Down at the bottom. So we got that, got squirrel pad. Then we're going to head to the left, and then we're going to go on up. And there's Kane's about like halfway between Charlie and where Wendy's trial will be. Five-O, right? That's pretty cool. So the whole trip's like 8 hours and 15 minutes. So So we go from Charlie's house to squirrel pad. Visit Kane. Hi, Kane. You could also visit Peter Tragos, lawyer, he's also in Clearwater. Shout out to him. And then head on up to where Wendy's fate. Now, if you go just straight to Tallahassee, the drive that we know they complained about all the time, there's probably a more direct route. Let's just see. Yep, there it is. Got like 6 hours, 7 hours type of thing. Having said that, though, check it out. One option is you could go this way, and then you'd probably have a really nice scenic drive just going along the coast, right? If you do that way. And actually, it's not the shortest way. But if you want to go from Charlie's, let's just say that Kane's with us. Let's just say that Kane's coming with, so we don't need to stop in Clearwater. So we're going to go from the squirrel pad. We're going to go up along the coast. That would be a nice drive, I think. Right on the coastline. Go up and then go to the left, and then again, where Five-O will see her fate. Can't wait. Clock's ticking, Five-O. All right, guys. Cool. Did everyone enjoy that? I think we have a pretty good idea of what life will be like when we finally move to this new squirrel pad, right? Flash says when you get okay, yeah, let me know, Flash, if you have a question about your case. Oh, where is Hillsborough? Yes. Thank you for asking. That's what we're here for. Where is Hillsborough? Yes, let's do Hillsborough. Which case is that, Flash? Oh, that's near Tampa. Okay. So let me get rid of I'm just trying to show you where Hillsborough is here, Flash. So Hillsborough is really close to Clearwater, basically. My understanding, I think Clearwater was like right over here, basically. So there you go. So there's actually there's Clearwater, right? So hold on. Wait a second. It's basically Clearwater. Yeah, there's Clearwater. And then Hillsborough. So yeah, interesting. I wonder if Clearwater is in Hillsborough County. Let me just look that up real quick. Oh no, Pinellas County. I knew that. But it looks like Hillsborough is next to it. So you got Pinellas County. I knew that. And then Hillsborough. So Tampa is Hillsborough County, right? And then St. Petersburg, Clearwater, and Largo are all Pinellas County. So Tampa. What happens in Tampa? Winter Haven. I think that's where in Kissimmee. So there's a lot of cases from this area, right? This area right here yields a lot of murders. As we know. A lot of murders. Something about this middle part, the middle, right? And I say middle, I'm talking about like you got the top, right, of Florida, got the bottom. It's like right in that middle section. Something goes on down there, man. That's definitely not where we want to be. Oh, there's the Bahamas. Oh. I wonder if they've got, if we can find Treasure Key on here. Oops. Yep. So we went on vacation here years ago. There it is. Oh my God, it's so cute, you guys, y'all. We should, when we move to Charlie's, right, we'll be real close. We could actually, oh my God, could we even take our boat? We could take our boat over here. This place is so cute. It's like this tiny little island and you can just walk around the whole thing. See, as you can kind of tell, basically there's just a little stretch of, there it is right here. Yep, we stayed here on Abaco Island. I got really fucking sick. That was wild. That was a crazy trip. I got some good stories on that one. But anyway, yeah, there it is. There's Treasure Key. So we went on vacation here and it was awesome, except for the fact that I was really sick. And then we took, and again, I was really sick. And we had like these kayaky things. And my mom was like, oh, let's go and paddle out and go out to this like island. You know, and as we all know, as it always happens, this looks closer than, you know, it is. So like we took the kayaks, we were staying over here, took the kayaks, and we're all the way over here to Whale Key. And there's nothing on there. It's just island. And it looked like it was so close, but it was not close. And I was so sick. I was wearing my bikini and I had Kleenex stuffed into my bikini, both the top and the bottom. I was so fucking sick. They probably should, anyway. It's wild. So yeah, this is where we stayed. Oh my God. Sorry. I just love doing this, you guys. I just love doing the whole, you know, Scroll Crew World Tour. But yeah, in case anyone ever goes here, just know it's a lot further than it looks to get to Whale Key. All right, cool. Have we answered all of the mapping type questions? SUNY Balfour taken out apparently by 5. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've heard of that one. All right, so we're gonna, I could do this forever, as y'all well know, because I freaking love it. We're going to go back to the testimony, though, and we can always come back another time to do some more mapping. Is it going to share? Wait, hold on. Which tab do I need? There we go. Yeah.
Where they were when Mrs. Adelson.
Hold on. Hold on. I need to unshare, reshare, because it's like not working correctly here. Hold on. All right, so we are, here we go. All right, so I think that when I was clicking around, can you all see it? I don't think it's showing. Hold on, let me just try something here. I've probably unshared, reshared too much, and it's just like, not anymore. Ah, excellent. Okay. So I think that when I was clicking around, it rewound it a little bit. So let me just see where this is. Okay, because we were going to pick up where we left off last time, which was on cross-examination of Pat Sanford, and it was a complete shit show, and I loved it. Y'all remember?
Periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did.
I think we were not quite here yet. The part about the airport is my favorite thing. It's my absolute fucking favorite thing. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally?
Yes, sir.
Just a handful.
Handful.
Hold on. I think we got to back up a little bit.
You said actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Hold on.
I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon.
Yeah, this is the good stuff. It's just too good. We're going to watch this. And then we're going to get to the jailhouse informants.
He left the school and went to the gym. They followed him there, right?
Correct.
And I did not go back for it. The airport thing is just priceless.
Use and or misspeak regarding the planners. So
we may replay all of them. I'm kidding.
Okay, that part.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna.
For a little bit.
You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect
For a little bit. For a little bit.
to, and now she's
For a little bit.
did the killing. He was
I'm just trying to get to the airport.
agree with me
part.
that it was a pretty pleasant message.
I can't just
Enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be
For a little bit.
first year, the Adelson family as persons of interest.
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year.
Oh my God. Okay,
You were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
I think
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You
It
was the state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation. of this case?
later on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted.
no.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just noticed something new with her. What's with her earring? Do y'all see this earring?
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved. Did I
What is that supposed to be? That is very weird.
not?
They assisted, correct.
And
We're almost where we were last time because we're picking up where we left off. Let me just go forward a little bit.
and also,
Space.
in addition
All
to
right.
that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess.
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded
And
calls.
when I say recorded calls, I mean the
I
wire
think
calls.
you
They-
can't two need some
That's what you have that you've testified to.
Smoke,
before.
Joe.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like the first, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look
Please
at my
do.
notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
You know, it was probably a solid like 15 plus years ago. So I appreciate that you are. Sorry, I was just on vacation, but like, you know, in hindsight, it's more funny because you know, solid 15 plus years ago. Or just about.
It looks like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Catherine Magbanua.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
18 years ago.
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
You know, I do agree with you that he is handsome. I think that also though needs some G's, to me at least. I think his personality and his demeanor is part of what makes him handsome because he really just is such a class act. Same thing for Chris Corbitt. Them two are just really rare when it comes to law enforcement. I mean, and the jurors that have spoken out, at least the ones from today, like juror 5 and juror 6, when asked what they thought was the most important witness in the whole case, the whole trial, both of them, and they were interviewed separately from each other, they both said Chris Corbitt they thought was the most important witness for the state's case. And which again, because they both, you know, went with the guilty, most important witness in the whole trial. But he did a phenomenal job too. Yep.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him, he went and bought 2 burner phones. We went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him. And then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markell was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Just, yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right, all their phone, it's their phone records. It's no content, is what it is. It's the
Correct.
call detail records.
Oh my
Yes, ma'am.
God.
So-
Dude, okay, we can go ahead a little bit. Just trying to get to. Yeah, this is so she's just like asking these questions. It's like, what are you, an alien? Have you never heard of what is happening? Okay, she's asking on the bump. Talking for a long time. Oh yeah, the professional go-kart driver. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Okay, here we go.
I know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong.
The way, y'all, his reaction to this is so great because it is fucking hilarious. And it's like he's laughing, but it is not in a weird or rude or condescending way because you can tell she's kind of making a joke. this is in such a polite and gracious, what is the right way to put this? This is so generous and like kind. Like this is, I don't even know. It's amazing, but I love it because it's just so accurate. But like one could definitely be more like laughing at her versus like laughing and smiling with her, but he handles this beautifully.
I know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm not
You know what he's thinking. He's thinking, yeah, I know you're going to get it wrong too. Dude.
going to pronounce this right. I can't
Yes.
remember. Is it Jeffrey Lacasse or something?
I say Lacoste. But
Okay,
I don't know
Lacasse.
either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him. So
Yeah.
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
at some point, I'm sure he was.
Yeah. You know, it's so funny. Meets and Z's again. We're on the same wavelength here. The other night when or whenever that video came out, what was it, yesterday? I started having just like, I was like really hardcore, just like not daydreaming, but like I was like fantasizing, if that's the right word. Anyway, I was legitimately trying to picture what Wendi will look like in her jail, because we know what they wear that purple, right? And I what I mean by that is not just like, oh, okay, I know what outfit they wear there, and like I know what she looks like, and like combine the two. I was like literally trying to like picture it, like I was trying to like will it into fruition as if it's already happened, basically. It's trying to speed up this arrest, you know what I mean? But like I was like just like, wow, seeing her in the jail uniform, whatever you want to call it, jail garb. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes. And prison glasses, all of it. Oh my God. She's not gonna do well. I don't think. And I just can't wait to see. I can't wait for this to happen. And as you guys know, I've got a whole song and a music video I'm gonna do to celebrate it, her arrest. And I was actually thinking last night, I was like, you know what, I probably need to get working on that because I feel like it really could be any day. I need to be ready. I need to get on that because I've got a whole vision. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna have a whole party. Oh my God, I can't wait.
Wendi Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
It's gonna be so frizzy.
I don't know what
Frizzy,
you
frizzy.
mean. Offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't? Okay, that's okay. We'll get into it.
Oh my God.
You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacoste.
I don't.
That's okay. We'll
Sorry.
play it. How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No,
Less than 50?
less than 50
25?
Oh my God.
witnesses. Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally,
Yes, sir.
just a handful.
Handful. There was a call RR, and that's there's so many calls that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary is going to ring a bell. But you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016 between Catherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but remember that call?
I do.
And at that time,
Okay, we need to go for a little bit. I'm just trying to get to the airport. Have y'all ever heard of this? There's such a thing called birth control glasses. I don't know what that is. I've got to figure out what that is. I'm looking up the jail glasses. Okay, forward. Okay. Trying to get to the airport because that's where we left off.
worked for several different dentists,
He
correct?
did. He traveled around in different offices.
The traveling dentist.
All of these calls that have been played here today, they
Forward a little more.
gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
Under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's-
The date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Here
right?
we go. Ding, ding, ding.
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I reached out to. He checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased. And he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay, so this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay, so they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay, and you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much
But-
more difficult.
Right. But they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do. Yes,
Right. It's kind of a case by case thing.
it is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You
I'm
didn't
not sure.
investigate that.
I didn't investigate that now.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Don't
It
recall.
was
Here we
it could have
go.
been that morning. It could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to
For the
this
day.
call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea besides that phone call what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah, and they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it. And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Well, I guess
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believed at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I
Did
was
you
not
give input?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am. That's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You
I
tell me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was at the air?
I mean, because you got on the road, they went to Miami, right?
Yeah, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled,
No, just in case they got a warrant.
just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes,
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says outside your house. No warrant.
Correct.
You got Captain Magbanua who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
Right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually
That
called the state
earring
attorney's
so
office
weird,
on the
guys.
day that she traveled,
I need to change my
spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
You never
That.
Y'all.
In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to him, his mother, and that's call G, you've never hurt or threatened anybody. And she says, I know.
Yes.
You at least
Weird. Well, like, why is she going back to the calls? And then she goes right back. So now they've packed. Like, what is she doing?
packed their bags and they weren't, there's no warrant. And they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's that?
So then we're going to get to the part where she asks all these questions about like, so how was the drive? And did you like stop for snacks and da da da? The best part is when he gets to the airport and she clearly has no idea what an airport is. And this is amazing.
Had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
Gorgeous face.
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant.
That they were going to try and get one. What that decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant? Did you discuss
To my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock
when they obtained it or when they decided?
when they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing
Oh my God.
through to see if they were going to get a warrant. That was
George's face so much.
the decision, I thought, at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock. So you're still traveling at that time,
Yes, ma'am.
not actually there.
No.
And
Move along.
they know that someone calls you, I guess.
I don't recall. It was either one of the two. Yeah, either calling me or I called them.
And then somebody calls, you know, they sent a carrier pigeon. What do you think?
But there was a phone communication.
There was.
You recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right. So he says we decided we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously, you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So
who worked there.
an agent from the FBI.
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
And you spoke to him ahead of time. So when you got there, he's the first person you met with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And everything was in order then?
I don't know about an order, but he
Order? What's that even
was
mean?
in
Objection
communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes,
Yeah.
this is happening.
Okay, perfect example. So we were just talking, thinking some of these. I have not stopped to appreciate these prison glasses. It's just one of those things that, like, I just had never really thought about that, but it's such a great point. And honestly, now that we've got FIVAL, now's the time for any of us who, myself included, hadn't appreciated the prison or jail issued glasses. Well, guess what? Here we have jail issued glasses from Leon County for women, right? So you got your women's and your men's from Leon County. Each county jail might have different ones. But what we know is that this is the type of glasses that they issue for women at the Leon County Jail at the present, like currently. So I think this is what we can expect to see FIVAL with. Maybe at some point when I'm feeling really extra, I will see if I can find those glasses and add them to FIVAL so we can get an idea of what she'll look like. So what we want to see is we want to see FIVAL, and we want to add those glasses. And we also want to go ahead and add the jail outfit. I'll have to just make a second one. We'll have this FIVAL, and then we'll have jail FIVAL, and we'll see if we can get her dressed up in her future wardrobe, because that will be fun.
Where we're at with it, yes.
And anyone else that's good with that type of thing, feel free as well to make that dream come true.
You have been an investigator for a many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily
Really? You haven't? Boy, you could have fooled me.
going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
He fucks.
And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just Miami, I believe it's Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I believe I didn't talk to him, The other FBI agent talked to them, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you,
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
the U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Here we go. One of my favorite parts.
Just 1 second, please.
So one of my favorite parts is coming up here that with all the bit about the sitting in the chairs. This is great stuff. Really, really probative line of questioning. Not coming up here. Entertaining, but not so probative. Oh my God. Oh my God. Byrd. All right, so she's consulting with her co-counsel. So what stellar, question is she going to come back with after all this? Jury's time. Better come back with a, really probative question here. Pointed question.
At the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Sustained. Please approach.
It also, there's all kinds of problems with that whole thing about turning herself in. And anyways, they get into it though, naturally. Okay, here we
She
go.
can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach? So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, that they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably there might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security. So that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were going to leave?
I believe so.
Okay. And you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point you saw them.
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually
Oh my God.
obtained somewhere between 5 and 6.
Look, Miss Fulford, not that you're ever going to watch this, but I just like, why can someone not give her a pointer? A pointer among many that she could benefit from would be, you don't have to announce your own mistakes out loud for the jury. Oh, and the whole world. You don't have to announce it. I'm probably going to mess this up, or I'm going to get this wrong, or I'm sure this isn't the right thing, or any number of things that she says with every witness. You don't have to announce it. Anyway.
Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airport is when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you?
Oh my
with respect
God.
to The jetway.
We were down a little ways. It's
We're
hard to
floating.
describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across then there's a
Here comes the best part.
middle section too. So we were on the backside. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched trials. So I figured they knew what I looked like. So I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together.
A couple of us were together.
Okay. I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But when I have
There it is. Oh my
gone
God.
on an airplane, was this airport like you get into a section? I forget what they call them. Like the gates are like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal. It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
Incredible. This is just y'all. With these different jurors that are speaking out, if I got a chance to talk to these jurors, any of them, one or more, any of the jurors, one of the questions that I would ask them, because they're getting asked a lot of the questions, which I understand why. The question, the obvious, do you think Wendy's going to be charged? What was your favorite witness? What did you think of Donna's antics? What did you think of the snacks? What did you think of Judge Everett? You know, that type of thing, right? What have you? What did you know about the case ahead of time? Things standard. One of the questions I would ask them for me, I would ask them, what did y'all make of this business, of this part, where she's like literally asking questions about how an airport works? And he's answering them. I mean, there's nothing like, if I were on the jury, I would not be able to sit there and not laugh. Like, I would have to be laugh. Like, I couldn't, like, this is, were they, I just wonder, like, these innocent jurors, were they, I wonder if did they look confused? Were they like, wait, this has got to be important? Were they like taking notes thinking it mattered? And then come to find out none of this mattered? Were they trying not to laugh? Like, did they realize how ridiculous this is? Like that, these are the questions I have.
When you're walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
Correct,
side. Okay.
correct.
All right.
And there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little
Oh my
food
God.
shops along the way and
Sure.
magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
correct.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right. If you don't remember, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't even
You
matter.
don't call. But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay. Did you see them?
I did.
Okay. And when you saw them, were they
Okay.
seated waiting for the flight?
First of all, that's asked and answered. She already asked that question. The question that I'm referencing is, did you see them? She asked that a long ass time ago because I remember at the time thinking it was a dumb question because she started out with like, oh, you know, you arrested Donna, da. And then she follows that with like, did you see them? And it's like, what type of dumbass question is that? Like, no, she didn't see them, or he didn't see them. He somehow arrested Donna without ever encountering them, or what are the alternative answers there for the point of the question? Oh no, he didn't see them because he arrested Donna while he was blindfolded, or like what are the like what? And I was having those thoughts then, but now it's asked and answered and all the other things. Like what type of nonsensical? Oh my God.
I believe so.
I mean,
Seated understanding, one or two, but they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay. The flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. So you were there for a couple of hours and the warrants issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you saw them.
I did.
And
Oh
were
my
the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson?
A third time. See, I couldn't handle it. If I would have to. Upon being asked that a second time and a third time, I would have to be snarky. Just like with the sitting. I'd just be like, no, they were standing on their heads. And then you saw them. And it's like, no, I was blindfolded. So no. You know what I mean? It's just like these, I don't know how he maintains being so polite to her, but bravo to him.
Someone's wife and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Oh my God.
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you?
Love that one. I
I
love
believe it
that
might
one.
have been. One of them was.
Okay.
I
I'm
love that
pretty
one.
sure from where
He
you are.
was not in plain clothes. The uniformed officers. Brilliant. What probative, helpful testimony.
Are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that. You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been able to
Absolutely. Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
see. Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating, maybe 20 minutes.
Shouldn't be guessing.
And what do you recall them having with them?
Some small carry-on items, I don't recall.
So here she goes on to like act like that was a problem that he didn't like go through their luggage, and he's like, well, I didn't have a search warrant. Okay, this is great. More of this.
Physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scanned it maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after,
She calls it a little check-in place. She, who has never apparently ever been to an airport and in her own words doesn't travel very often, I call it a little check-in place. And then after that, I don't know what it's called. They'll just make words up. That's fine. That's definitely appropriate for trial. Like, who cares if we get a definition right, you know? Flash, you're the one who's awesome.
you've shown your ticket, they let you buy to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and
And-
Phil Markel, hold on. Phil Markel is either falling asleep or trying to not laugh. Like, he's either asleep or he's trying to not show a certain emotion, I would say.
I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you buy to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they
That's
give their
how it
ticket
works.
and or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to? Is it jetway? What you said?
Yes, ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors.
Incredible.
And it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay. And that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested.
Correct.
You know,
She went past the ticket into the
Sanford has been on the stand for he was on the stand for like half a day the day before, like half a day now. It's like at this point, like one full day of trial with him only on the stand. He's been, and he had to go through all those calls and it was so grueling. And like, this is what he's doing now. Is she like just trying to, like, is this supposed to be torture? I can't, I don't know how he did it.
way.
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually get on the plane.
No, ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to get them
Covered that
not in the crowd of
already.
people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off and have to get through the jetway by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, I mean, they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them,
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating where
Right.
they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people. And then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people go into the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped and pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking to them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass
That's why
doors are
they
gonna
pulled
open,
them
and that's when you can
aside.
take them into custody.
Yes, off to the
Not
side.
that
Yes,
side.
past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
Well, people are getting on the plane. They're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
Right.
Those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you taking her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process.
The little gate, the little process thing. Is the little gate and the little process thing, are those related to the little check-in place? Just using her terminology here. Official airport terminology.
She went through, and you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
And in your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Check luggage.
right, a couple of pieces, right?
Now we're back to the luggage again, yet again, yet again. He didn't go with it. He didn't have a search warrant. Didn't search Harvey. He's trying not to laugh. All right. Then we have some. Oh, they go to the jury room. Okay, so now they're going to argue about something. Put your stupid headphones on, or whatever it is you're doing. Donna, look at his face. Oh, guys. What a good sport.
We will bring the jurors back in the next 5 minutes. If anyone needs to use the restroom, stretch your legs.
Okay, so they just take a legit break. Okay, just go past the break. I wonder what snacks the jurors ate.
A lot.
It's up to this jury to decide if the
Is that the end of Cross? No way. That's when Cross ends. No way. Hold on. I can't believe it. I can't believe that. There's no way. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. I was like, there's got to be at least a question, please.
Testify that I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie Magbanua has
Oh
testified.
my God. It's just crash and fucking burn.
You found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie Magbanua has testified that I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie Magbanua
You don't have to announce all the times you're.
has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie Magbanua and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
Of course not.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markell to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did you say that she intended that he be
This
killed?
is just so fair of them because every single question she's asking right here, I'm literally thinking of how like the answer I would normally expect, which would be no, but, and then be like, she did say da-da. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in other words, maybe she didn't say kill, but like, then give an example of something that was like, means the same thing, obviously, or is, you know what I mean? Like, she didn't, like, these questions that she's asking is like, yeah, she didn't say this thing literally, right? But I just appreciate so much that he's like, nope, nope, nope. He's not qualifying it. He's not explaining it. He doesn't feel like he has to fight for something to get an answer. Like, you know what I mean? This is just so refreshing from a law enforcement officer. He's just answering the question that's asked. And it comes across as it's just so credible. There's no agenda. He's not defensive. I love it.
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirect by the state.
All right. Redirect.
You didn't have any direct evidence. Did you have any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
It's up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient.
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your.
Go ahead a little bit. Let's see what the end of redirect is here. Okay, the layaway plan. Oh my God, I love it.
To put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a layaway plan for the extortion.
Part of the checks
Love
that
it.
Donna Adelson
Love it.
signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionists.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Brilliant.
And you were asked also about the bar mitzvah. Do you know when the bar mitzvah was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look?
I wonder, is this when they get in the invitations? Oh, there's the planner. Okay, let's see here. Okay, oh, right. The timing of the bar mitzvah. Okay, with the flight. Okay, right. We know all this. Okay. Okay.
And the portions that were selected.
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
Right. And that was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it.
Right.
But we made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct. We did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
That's another thing I would love to ask one of these jurors, right? Like when they told them, like, hey, jury, guess what? You know, we're going to go ahead and we're giving you the totality of the calls and they're going to be in the jury room with you in case you want to, like, I would love to know what they thought of that. Were they like, oh God, no? Or were they like, was there any juror that was like thinking, wait, do they kind of expect us to listen to all of it? I'm just really curious because, like, you know, just everybody's on the same page with like how torturous that was, right? Okay, we're going to go ahead. Okay, so there's a colloquy here.
Everyone can be seated. Before we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Tricia Byrd and Drina Bernhardt, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses. I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense. You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense.
I love Judge Everett, and this is just hilarious because it assumes that there is a theory of defense. Because as we know, they had many theories, and the theories contradicted each other. But I appreciate that he's asking this like as if it was normal, like your theory of defense. Like if I were Donna, I'd be like, wait, are we supposed to have one? And which one is it?
That's for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular
Is the theory just to be a disaster? Because they accomplished that.
strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Sullivan, the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously and reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
Okay, so we're about to get into the jailhouse informants here in just a second. So we've got, all right, so here we've got, what did this dude do? Oh yeah, searching the apartment. Okay,
Part of the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. You may take your seat.
just want to get to the pictures here. Elmo, yay Elmo. Oh
Is it
Elmo.
a condominium located in a high rise?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
State's Exhibit 145. Is this kind of the view from the entrance to the residence?
Yes, ma'am, that's would be closest to the front door. Looking at.
I just want to see the pictures here. So we're just going to go ahead. There's some luggage. So this is at Donna and Harvey's fancy condo. There's a camera. Okay. And really, this is, I think, just laying the foundation to get in this planner. There, speak of the devil. Okay, let's hear this part.
46. Did you seize this day planner?
We did.
Is this planner, is this how it was open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
Now, I just want to note, for anyone who's like, wait, what? There's a cell phone, there's some cups, probably for water, what have you. Remember, when this happened, so Donna was arrested at the airport, right? But Harvey went home. So this all happened after Harvey would have come home. So in other words, like the luggage that's there, that's got to be the luggage because they did not go to Vietnam. That's probably Harvey's phone sitting right there, because they had Donna's phone. Like that has to be Harvey's phone. And clearly, either Donna left the planner like this, or more than likely, I would imagine the planner was going to go with her, right? My thought, and that's hard. If you look, there's Harvey's phone. Here's what my thought is actually, that she was traveling with this shit with her, right? But she gets arrested, and then either she tells Harvey or he just knows because they were married for so long that he's now tasked with following the orders as laid out in the planner. So he gets home, he doesn't even unpack, right? First thing he does, he has to follow orders, right? Is me just imagining what maybe happened. And he gets out Donna's fucking planner and he flips to the page and he's like, okay, let me make sure I do her bidding. This is just my take on it. And so, in other words, this was like this because Harvey returned home after Donna's arrest. Right. But we know that they took Donna's phone because we saw that in the arrest video. So I guess that could have been Harvey's phone. He could have left it there while they traveled or whatever. But also the part about the taking one phone, where did that come out in testimony? Because I just have to wonder if it was, where did that come in? Someone remind me where that came in. Yeah, or Donna left instructions in the planner. Yeah, 100%. Because we know they were expecting Wendi to come by too, right? Like if they'd been successfully able to get to Vietnam, we know she was expecting Wendi to come by and do her bidding. So that's another option too, right? That Donna left that for Wendi.
This planner, is this how it was open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
Here too. Y'all see those? I wonder if those are planners from previous years. Do you see those? Because we've got 2 more notebooks over there. And then there's also this one over here with the writing. Now to the left, see, I wonder if that was Harvey that wrote that on the left. Anyways.
Planner, is this how it was open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
Oh, thank you.
Approaching mistakes 59 and 59A.
Wait, so you're saying they gave Harvey's cell for emergencies, so then they would normally take Harvey's phone to travel? Because, we know that Donna had her phone on her when they arrested her, that whole thing, fighting, I guess at that point he wasn't working in the office anymore, so maybe that's why they were going to take Donna's phone instead. I don't know.
59 first. Is that the day planner that you see this picture on the screen here?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you found it?
Yes.
But at this time, I'd ask them to evidence states 59.
Objection.
Oh, but that's interesting though, because if they gave out Harvey's cell for emergencies and like in the event that Donna and Harvey were traveling abroad, who's going to answer Harvey's cell for a dental emergency then? That's the question I have. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. Okay, yes, there's the planner. Okay, accurate copies. Okay. We're definitely going to take a look at that note when it comes in. Although, yeah, it's not quite yet. Okay, so we're going to go to the next witness. When do we get? Okay, that's where we get to the letter. Okay, or the script. So we're actually next. We're at the jailhouse informants. Guys, ready? So here we are, witness number 23.
Right out, yeah, it will be the truth.
Yes.
You may take
Now we're not going to listen to like all of it, right? There's some foundation here. The charges, what have you. I know all you guys have seen this. So we're going to get to what's interesting here with her. Here we go. Her interactions with Donna.
To her, I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Okay. So she said she did do it and she did it to keep her grandkids,
Yes.
but she didn't expect it to go this far.
Crazy.
Yes.
That for me, I think was the biggest takeaway from her testimony. Other than, of course, Donna asking her to lie on the stand and whatnot, right? And her relationship with Katie. But like, yeah, that was pretty, I was surprised. Like if that's true, I was like, that surprised me that Donna would have said that. Like, even though there was a caveat, right? Yes, she did it to keep, I did it to keep my grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far. So she's like, adds that little, caveat on the end. But if that's true, that would really surprise me. I would not have expected Donna to admit that. What about you guys? What do you think? I mean, in fact, my take on Donna, and that I would think she would never say that, makes me think, well, is that really credible? Because it just doesn't, I just would be shocked if Donna, I just don't see that happening. Remember, her outfit is what we're going to be seeing Fievel in at some point, guys.
This crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Who did she want you to tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it, and the investigators.
Okay. Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay. So like if you got
So there we go. The trailers and land and fixing of the teeth. That's pretty much, I think, the bulk of what. And here we get to who investigated her. Okay, cross. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead to Drina Bernhardt. And we have her charges. Okay.
Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
No, it's not.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
Well, I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right. Were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
We work together 24/7, so.
All right. Can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
Here we go.
Yes, initially, it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And
Y'all, when I remember when this happened, like the day that this happened, and again, I was listening to it driving home from work. I was like, holy fucking shit. Of course she fucking did. Y'all, who else was really like, dude? I mean, it's a replacement Wendi. It's a jail version of Wendi. Like, that's what Donna did. Donnie needed another Wendi. Like, it's just so funny because I can imagine if you're Drina or some other inmate and you're younger and you're in this situation and you don't know who Donna is and you think she's just a nice, sweet old grandmother or whatever. And I could see you think, oh, that's a term of endearment, thinking it's sweet. They're going to call you, her jailhouse daughter or whatever, and it's like them not knowing that it's not at all like that. Right. Like, this is like Donna's sick need to have a younger female to manipulate and control and like, ugh. It's like to me, this just like is reflecting a deep-seated type of either mental illness type of thing or like personality disorder type of shit. Do you guys know what I mean? Like when I heard that, I was like, oh my God. I hope that some psychologists or whatever will weigh in on this because I have literally I have nothing to support that apart from just like life experience and whatever knowledge. But I would imagine that a psychologist or whatever, or a therapist would have some very interesting things to say about how Donna treated this witness.
how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about?
And that's interesting too. How much more detail do you want? That's interesting. Okay, hold on, let me back up.
It was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and
Okay, and then how much more detail do you want?
I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well,
here's what I think that is. I don't think that's just her being nervous on the stand or whatever. Here's what I think that is. Because imagine where it would go from there. It starts with, okay, she was very nice. She called me her jailhouse daughter. We got really close. Again, imagine she's like a replacement Wendi. I wouldn't be surprised if whatever fucked up shit happens after that, like, she's not supposed to say. Maybe there's a motion in limine, or maybe it was just the type of thing that, like, you prep your witnesses ahead of time, and it's like, okay, you can't go into this because it would be too prejudicial, right? Like, I don't even know. Did I don't even want to try to imagine because it's honestly so fucked up to think about like all the ways that Donna could be like treating her in a weird, sick way, like as if she's Wendi. But I think that's what that's about, which is how much more detail do you want? It's because she's being careful because I think she was told that you can't go into certain things. That's my personal opinion.
How by close did you talk to each other about personal things like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes. Sunshine.
And then there was that one. And that's when I was just like, oh my fucking God. Next level, next level, next level. I forgot about that part until now. I mean, like I said, indicative of issues. And we all know about the sunshine thing. We know she called the grandkids her sunshine. But like, it's just like repurposing, dude, it's really messed up. It's really messed up, isn't it? Could Donna not even just come up with another nickname, to be honest? Like, is it that hard? Does she lack a human soul so much that literally the only nickname she can think of to call anybody is Sunshine, and that's it? That's all she's got, you know?
Did she paint pictures for you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
No, great.
I'm dying. I wish we got to see it. We never got to see Donna's painted pictures. Why? That's what I want to see. I want to see what Donna's painted pictures look like. Because that's one of those things where I'm like, I can't even picture what that would look like in my mind's eye. I can't imagine. What do you guys think? How does it compare to Sarah Boone's art? Better, worse? What do you think?
And show you what I marked those Stacey did at 69.
There it is. Thank you so much.
This is one of the pieces of art and letters that she wrote to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just in case anyone's like, well, yeah, that's what's coming up. Remember, I was driving when I was listening to this. So that what that means is I wouldn't have seen this. So I didn't know. Do we get to see it though? Do we get to see some art? That'd be amazing.
So is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
I need to update my
Yes, it is.
Dear Drina, I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best, love, Donna. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
love, joy, and flowers. Again, can you not think of anything else? This to me is like something like if you try to imagine somebody who can't relate to human beings and like is trying to imagine what would a human being say, it's like love, joy, and flowers is like the most generic anyway, but the flowers is really funny. It's like y'all are in jail. Like there's no flowers. Okay.
And did you in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay. And
that doesn't surprise me. In fact, I think that was indicated in one of the emails. This is all very much, the other thing too, just to remind everybody that in the unhinged emails, Donna goes back and forth between being Donna and referencing Wendi and like saying things like, and here, Wendi, you should do this. And here, Wendi, you should do that. And then giving Wendi scripts of what to say, which I didn't even tie that all together until just now in my head, that she gave Wendi all these different scripts in those emails, which we've covered. And in the script, it would be like what Wendi should say. And it would switch back and forth between, and you did this thing and you did that thing. But then she would switch back and forth to being Wendi. Like it would start out, for example, it would start out by saying like, and you and your kids, da, 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 da. And in the same sentence, then it would just like switch to, and my kids and my mom. And it's like, what? Creepy. So this doesn't surprise me. It's something's off. Like this is a really unique type of whatever mental thing is happening with Donna. It's like she is and wants to, she switches back and forth between Donna and Wendi. And I guess because of that, she also switches back and forth with the grandkids being her kids. And the whole thing is just, we could go on about it. But anyways.
I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay. And was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay. So it was something that she was talking about daily.
Yes.
Just like Wendi.
And was it a bunch of different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but more that I spent time with Donna, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something.
Remember, everybody, just in case not everybody was following this pretrial, remember. So these two informants, y'all remember way back when Donna was trying to get moved into like a different jail or something like that because she was making, do you all remember those claims Donna made? And if you blocked them out of your memory, I don't blame you because yes, it's something that no one wants to picture. But remember when Donna had those claims, not just that she was like being kind of roughed up or whatever, and also that she was being fucking blackmailed for like commissary food. But remember the part where she was actually making claims that she was being like sexually assaulted in the shower and stuff. And it's just like, ugh. But she references two different women and she talks about how they're beating her up to get the food and they're trying to like sexually assault her. And she gives all these stories that don't amount to anything that are, you know, and she even testified during the hearing about it. That's who these two informants are. And I have to wonder if when the two of them were like, hold on, I have to wonder if this is what was going on. So she's trying to work them and get them to give this certain testimony and bribe them and give them a script and whatnot. Meanwhile, she's trying to use them to her own advantage in a completely different way at the same time. So it's like she's going to the jailhouse informants, like, here's your script, here's your soups, whatever. And then meanwhile, she's coming into court and being like, oh, I'm being extorted for commissary food. I mean, she even went so far as to tally up, and again, this is just alleged, she even went so far as to tally up how much money Harvey has spent in order to buy enough commissary to satiate these two, okay? So again, in real life, she's bribing them so that they'll lie for her on the stand or whatever, but the claims that she's making to everybody else is that they're extorting her, they're beating her up, they're sexually assaulting her, unless she gives them like copious amounts of commissary food. And she said there was a lot more to it. That's the summary. I have to wonder if what was the turntables for these two women was when they somehow at some point learned what Donna was actually saying about them, and that she's just like completely not just using them for the false testimony. Like that's bad enough, but it's like making up this entire other thing to get something else completely different that she wants from a completely different group of people, which is the judge, the court, right? It is crazy. And I have to wonder if that was the turning point for them or if they just saw through her bullshit. I mean, I guess both probably, right?
Out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay. And are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you when she was talking about her case? Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
Okay. So that was something that she brought up often or only one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanua somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Miss Magbanua from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring
I
up
love this
Magbanua
part.
to you, or did you bring Magbanua to
I
her?
love this part with the whole thing about what Katie was supposed to say because it's like words that Katie would never use. It's so fucking funny.
I can't remember exactly how it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanua.
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
I have to say, the color purple that they give these women to wear, for all the women, with one exception, which we'll get to, for all the women, I think it's a really nice color. It's so much more, I think, if you want to imagine, like, you know, if you're in jail, right, in Leon County, you're still pending trial, right? You're innocent until proven guilty. You're not in prison, you're in jail. And I actually appreciate that. Like, these are, if I had to say, what are the nicest jail uniforms that I've seen for women, or I guess women or men, because usually they're all pretty much the same and they're all awful. Like, these are the nicest ones I've seen. You got the V-neck going on. You've got a little bit of detail on the shoulders there with those seams. And the color is really nice. It doesn't look like it's all drabby. That purple, for everybody, we've seen at this point a lot of this color and a lot of the same outfit. And it looks, it's the most flattering, I guess that's the word I'm looking for. It's like the most flattering you could possibly imagine for like a jail outfit, right? And I appreciate that that's what they provide for them to wear or force them to wear, whatever. Here's where I get to the exception. I don't want to see Fievel in fucking nice royal purple. I want to see Fievel in nasty ass jailhouse orange with like inmate and like her number spray painted on the back, the whole shebang. This is too nice for Fievel, just saying.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Cay, mostly about Miss Magbanua.
And Miss Magbanua, you knew her by the nickname Cay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Cay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I mark as State's Exhibit 62.
And here comes the script. Incoming. Again, I don't think they tell us who bought. When I saw this, you're going places. I'm just like, why does this just seem like if Donna was going to get a notebook for her to do this whole thing with the script, why does this seem like something that Donna would do? It's just, this to me just looks so fucking manipulative.
Whose hand?
Girl, this is one of the jailhouse informants, who, quote unquote, I guess you could say, befriended Donna, whatever. Donna started calling her jailhouse daughter, basically tried to make her a replacement Wendi, and then wrote an actual script, which we're about to get to here. Donna wrote a whole script for her that she wanted this lady, this witness, to testify to under oath at her trial that was completely falsified. And anyway, we're about to get to that.
Writing is this on this first page?
That's Donna's Miss Anderson.
And one thing too, we haven't yet gotten to one of the best parts / worst parts, which is all the things that Donna said she was going to bribe her with or pay her with.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to.
Okay, so let's take a look before we listen to the testimony. Okay, so we have question. How did you know who Donna Adelson was? Answer. Everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I mean, y'all. Incredible, right? It's also, again, interesting because it almost makes it seem like Donna is actually appreciating all the fame and the attention. Everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on some TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years. Incredible. Like that, again, that actually surprises me from Donna, that Donna wanted her to say that. Question, why did you speak to her? Answer, I knew I had information about Cay, as in Katie Magbanua, from the, and then that will have to be continued.
To study it and answer it correctly on the stand for her.
Study it, memorize it, and answer it correctly on the stand.
So this is what she wanted you to say in court.
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
Do you read the newspaper?
No.
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
No, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh,
And
incredible, right?
Did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to Leon County Jail?
Return it to her.
Great, well done.
I'm gonna go down a paragraph here.
Donna wanted her to copy it. Incredible. Incredible.
It says that you approached Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information.
Okay. Question, what did you tell her? Answer, I approached her, told her I had some information about Cay, Katie Magbanua. Did she want to hear it? She said yes. I told her that Katie said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers
And about Cay.
went to Tallahassee and killed him. She asked him to give her $350,000 that he was going to pay. Now, this is one of those things that's a huge red flag, right? Because like we pointed this out in one of the earlier in the trial when they were going through one of Donna's emails. And it's so interesting because in those emails, Donna refers to portions of $1 million the same way. In fact, she's talking about the bribe for Dan Markel, which was going to be $1 million. But they were going to split it 3 ways. And she uses the term $350,000. And I think there's another part separately or in a different email where she refers to like $500,000 or whatever. Yeah, that's right. When she talks about Wendy's secret account, which was fraudulent, she says something like $500,000. So she doesn't ever use the numbers with the zero. She uses a fraction. And again, this is Donna's MO. I wonder, again, another question I would ask a juror if I ever got to talk to one. I'm making a list. Another question I would ask if they noticed that. Did they notice the $333,000 in this and connect that back to the previous emails and other things, text messages, what have you, that this was a thing that Donna would do when it came to numbers? Because that's very specific to be consistent with. I wonder if they noticed that. But they were very smart. They probably did.
That you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
Yeah, you
It
fool.
says that
Yeah, she's a snitch.
Cay told you
Best part.
that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Cay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the 1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami.
Ah,
He went crazy on her. He said that that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Cay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
you'll notice too, what's the other thing about this that's significant? This is mimicking Charlie's strategy at trial. This is the triple extortion whole thing, right? This whole business. It seems like Donna's initial like strategy that she wanted to go with for her case, right, for her trial, I think she wanted to go with the triple extortion theory, like Charlie did. And then, I mean, I guess Jackie Fulford or I'm blanking on the dude's name for some reason right now. The guy, why am I blanking on his name? Anyway, one or both of them had enough sense to say, you know, maybe we shouldn't go that route, right? So the route they went with was one that had no strategy and just whatever. But then the thing that's so awkward is like there's still these bits of evidence that come in that there's no way to try to explain them in a way that is helpful if you're the defendant without like you, in other words, you can see why that became Charlie's strategy because it's like, what else are you going to fucking say? It's like the only thing you can do. Like there's not a whole lot of options. But again, she doesn't help herself out because she goes ahead and adds all this shit in here like this. In other words, she basically does these different things and says these different things that are now making her committed to that triple extortion theory, triple extortion strategy, even if later on she changes her mind or her attorneys, you know, help her change her mind. And now she's shit out of luck. She's committed to it. Josh Selman, thank you.
Over here,
Thank you. Just trying.
continues, but she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this.
Okay. Oh my God. This is amazing, guys. Look at this. I'm going all the way to the top. She doesn't read all of it. Look at this at the top. You should have seen his face! Exclamation point. Wow. You should have seen his face! Exclamation point. He turned white. He was, in quotes, scared shitless! Exclamation point. Wow. Remember, this is supposed to be what Katie told this witness. So does this sound like Katie's words to y'all? But she said she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. This is literally Charlie's trial strategy thing. This is literally it. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money. Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him. And extort is underlined. Oh my God.
They don't know Charlie.
Incredible.
She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe.
Yeah.
So she was, according to this story,
Katie was talented enough to fit like the word fuck like 8 times in one sentence with it actually being legitimate use of the word that made sense. It wasn't just like throwing it in extra. Like she wasn't trying to like get a record, but she definitely made a record with that one.
extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his enemy. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose.
You fool is the best part though. I think we're almost
Okay, Catherine Magbanua ever say any of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
Ah! Why is Jackie Fulford like laughing?
There's a part on here that says, here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is under.
Right. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money, underlined. He wouldn't have to. Hold on.
Did you underline that or did Miss?
He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. Oh my God. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with, again, $350,000. Incredible. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $350,000. Do y'all think that's what Katie Magbanua cares about in life? Fancy dinners? What about fake boobs? Try that, Donna. If you're going to make a fake script.
Mrs. Adelson underline that.
I didn't underline it.
Okay. How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the $1/3 She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did. All right, so again, sorry to keep asking the same question, but did Cay say any of this to
No.
you? Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was.
What a stupid fool is the best part, probably. Y'all.
Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her.
Incredible. Could she not have done better than that? She being Donna. Like, that's insanity. I mean, that's going to live in infamy, man. What a stupid fool. I need to start just calling people that.
That she was keeping him safe from
What a stupid fool.
the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the
Oh my God, sorry. I interrupted this and I forgot. It just gets even better. Hold on.
Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type?
She's laughing. You can see, look at Georgia. Georgia's like laughing, even asking the question, because she's about to be like, is that the type of language that Katie? Ha ha, what a joke. Y'all.
Is that the type of language that Catherine Magbanua would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like,
I mean,
you know, what a
nobody talks like this, though.
Catherine Magbanua would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that. She...
Y'all. It's so nuts.
That's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you anything or promise you?
Like, this is damning enough and powerful enough and entertaining and funny enough, but also add to that the fact that this jury heard about 50,000 hours of Katie Magbanua talking on those recorded calls, and they know exactly the type of language she uses. I mean, they sat there for hours and hours and hours. And you know what? As grueling and torturous as that was, how much you want to bet that with Georgia's brilliant question there, where she says, you know, is that something that she would say? I would imagine that was really, I mean, of course it was strategic, right? Because the hope there, and I'm sure it worked, is that the jurors are now connecting. Oh, so like, you know, that this is yet another thing, another benefit, this is another purpose and another way that those calls tied all of this in, right? It's like those calls served a lot of purposes. And at the time of the calls, you maybe didn't realize, you know, I mean, who could, right? Hadn't happened yet. They wouldn't have realized that yet another purpose, another benefit is they really got to hear, as painful as it was, they heard Katie talk for hours and hours and hours, and they know exactly the type of language she uses. And now that has become especially relevant. It's just a great example of Georgia tying everything together with really strategic questioning. And I've pointed it out on other live streams as well. She does this really, really, really well in a way that's not like, because sometimes you'll see attorneys do this where they're trying to tie something together, not in closing, but prior to closing, right? Because you're not, right, supposed to be testifying. They're trying to, like, you know, make a connection for the jury or close a loop for the jury. And they want to do it when the evidence and the testimony is happening and not wait for closing. And sometimes they'll do it and it's just like really obvious and really clunky. And it's just like, oh my God, that's just awful and insulting. And of course, there's objections. Anyways, one thing I can say that is, for me, especially noteworthy about Georgia's talent as an attorney and as a prosecutor, that stands out to me the most potentially, is her ability to do that, to make those connections, to tie pieces of evidence together and to do all of that, but in a way that actually makes sense with the line of questioning and doesn't seem like you're just asking that question just to serve that one purpose. It's natural. It's really well done. And I think that's something that's quite hard to do even for skilled attorneys. Because we see that happen. We see that happen even with really good attorneys. Sometimes you'll see it and it's like, oof, you know? And then it feels weird. I always think, oh man, I'm insulted for the jury. You know what I mean? She does this so well. It doesn't come across as patronizing or belittling. And it's just so natural. And it's really, for me, one of the highlights of getting to hear Georgia question witnesses.
Do anything in exchange for reciting the script?
While I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail, just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay. And what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay. And you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
What else?
You know what? The grand piano, for anyone, and some people were probably like, a grand piano, where the hell did that come from? Here's what I think that's from. Remember, the boys had piano lessons, and I'm pretty sure that grand piano was in Donna and Harvey's house, and the boys would have their lessons at that piano. So that's part one. Also, I would imagine this witness wouldn't care about a grand piano unless she played piano as a little girl. So my thought is this. She probably played piano as a little girl, or maybe had a mom or somebody that played piano. Maybe she always wanted to learn piano. There would be some reason why that matters. Otherwise, it's like, keep your grand piano and give me more cash. Because grand pianos, like the $10,000, just so people know, you can't buy a piano for $10,000. Like the grand piano is way more valuable than the $10,000 cash. Anyway, but if you really always wanted to have a grand piano, and you know, again, I think Donna and Harvey had one because the boys took the lesson. It's not like they were going to go out and buy a grand piano, right? Anyway, I think that's what that's about. Yeah.
She promised me cameras,
right?
Free.
None of that came to fruition.
No.
And cameras, again, this again sounds like something that is a hobby of hers or an interest of hers. So she must have an interest or, you know, want to learn piano. Maybe she really likes taking pictures, because that's why that would make sense, right?
And what about
goes to the manipulation? I'm not just going to give you cash. I will give you cash, but not just cash. I'm going to make sure I learn about your interests and your hobbies and your dreams. Remember what that journal said, right? You're going places. It's like when you go places, you're going to get to be a pianist and you're going to get to be a photographer. Like, you know what I mean? It's Donna preying on her hopes and dreams that are not real because she's still in custody. It's fucked up. But it just gets worse, guys. This is the worst part. This is the worst part. This is absolutely, this is a different level, what's about to happen here for anyone who didn't see it already. It just takes Donna and puts her in another category here. I just didn't even expect, I didn't see this one coming.
But
none of that came to fruition?
No.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think Obed. I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person.
A couple things too. So not only is this implicating Dr. Obed in, you know, doing things that are illegal, like just providing people with prescriptions, you know, whatever. We don't know if that's true or not. Keep in mind, this is Donna saying that, and none of these things actually happened. I know some people were like, oh, Dr. Obed's shady. I knew it. Like, look, this came from Donna. So, you know, nothing she promised came to fruition. So for all we know, she just threw out a name of like somebody who wasn't related to the family, right? And Dr. Obed was Charlie's roommate for a period of time. So, you know, she's not gonna say my husband, right? Like Charlie will fix your teeth, Harvey will fork over the cash and make sure you get your commissary. But as for the pills, yeah, we're gonna put that on somebody else. Oh, how about Dr. Obed? You know what I mean? So I don't, you know, again, this came from Donna.
And would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released, that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay. And
it sounds like she said the name Dr. Obed. And, you know, again, Donna probably said that name a lot because so we know that Donna did this, right? Like she repeated the things a lot. Like she talked about her case every day. She talked about the testimony every day. She talked about, you know, we've already heard that a lot. It wouldn't surprise me if that, and that also, that is a really memorable name because it's quite unusual, but it's clear that she heard that name.
were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay. And who was going to send the money through Zelle?
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay. Had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Just the whole thing of like, you're a recovering drug addict. You keep coming back and, you know, there's like recidivism because of the drug, you know, it's a thing, right? We know this. It's just, and then to be like, oh, hey, you know, daughter, sweet sunshine, you know, hey, since you're a recovering drug addict, if you finally get out of here, one of the things I'll fake bribe you with for lying on the stand is, how about some pills? Because yeah, it's just, I mean, to me, that's like almost on par with murder. And quite honestly, one could even put it on par because as we know, with things being laced with fentanyl and whatnot these days, people are overdosing unintentionally from taking even like they think it's a Xanax. There's so many stories, I'm sure you guys have heard them, like that, where people think they're taking a Xanax or whatever. Something that you could get with a prescription, but they're getting it without a prescription, but they think it's something like that, right? And it's laced with fentanyl and they die. I mean, it's just, and even if it's not laced with fentanyl, as we know, people overdose and drugs kill people when they take them, and you know, and it's obviously ruined her life. I could go on. Really, it's on par, I think, with the murder, and it's just even for Donna, it's just like how many more bad things we got. Like she's covering all the bases. We got the Nazi youth outfits, right? We got that. We got bribing Dan, or wanting to bribe Dan to buy the children and all that. We got there's just so many things beyond even all of her manipulation and the way, you know, the family dynamic and all that. Then we've got, you know, it's even worse. It's not even she didn't follow through with the bribe. It's like, it's not even like, okay, I'm going to bribe these, you know, inmates to lie on the stand. It's like, I'm going to lie to them. I'm going to tell them I'm going to bribe them. And I'm not even going to give them the shit that I told them I'd give them. And then I'm still going to expect them to lie. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I think she's done, and I think they have cross. And I mean, there's not really, they just talk about who interviewed them and whatever. There's not really much there. And I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's just, we're going to skip right on ahead because now we get to, so there's the handwriting. Again, this part, everyone agreed wasn't necessary because it was very clearly Donna's handwriting. So we're going to skip ahead. And now we are going to get to the state's final witness, one of our favorites. They recall Mr. Corbitt.
You may call the next witness.
Detective Corbitt.
Sergeant Corbitt,
And
you
after this, the state rests.
remain under oath, sir. I would just remind you to testify truthfully. You may examine.
Thank you, Judge. Does your second presentation in this trial today contain text messages from Donna Adelson?
Oh, shit.
It does, yes.
Right.
And were these text messages ones that were from her phone that was seized in Miami Airport in November of 2023?
Yes, they're from a forensic examination of that phone that was.
So this part here. Okay, so this is where a lot of the new damning evidence about Wendi comes out in this section. The state is closing with this. They're going to end their case in chief. This is like, it's not a long testimony. It's quite short in terms of the period of time, but the information, this is wild. And what a way to end their case in chief. Okay, dude. And I have to just say, by the end of that, for me, and we're about to watch it again, but by the end of this testimony, which is also, again, the end of their case in chief, the very last things, to my recollection, that came out, and the last questions and the last pieces of evidence that came out were actually not Donna. They were Wendi. Like, in other words, my recollection is that they kind of finished this whole thing with like solidifying a conviction on Wendi. Of course, Donna's implicated because it's conspiracy. They've done plenty on Donna. But it was like, damn. I think that was really intentional. I think that these prosecutors are so fucking smart. They knew that, well, first of all, again, it does go to Donna's guilt because of the conspiracy, but also it's providing, you know, everything that happens in this trial regarding Wendi, apart from her own testimony, can be used to prosecute her, right? Whether it's to bring charges, whether it's at trial, as we've seen them do each time and time again. They keep layering another foundation with each trial and then the next arrest. And it's the same thing. Think about Charlie's trial. Charlie's trial, a lot of that seemed like Donna. Like, I remember having that thought, like, at Charlie's trial, I was like, yeah, obviously he's guilty, but like, man, it seems like this is also Donna's trial. If you think about that strategy and you look at the order of events, they're doing the same fucking thing here, and they're doing it with Fievel. I couldn't be happier. And the other thing, the other reason why I think this is really strategic is because they likely knew that if jurors gave any feedback, right, and some people would inevitably ask them about what do they think about Wendi, right? In other words, it's all the juror feedback is helpful for them with each subsequent case, right? When they talk about all the strengths, were there any weaknesses, whatever. So it's a way to test out, if you will, how a jury would perceive some of this evidence against Wendi, just like they did with Donna and Charlie's trial. So, all this stuff about Wendi, it's just very intentional. And they're seeing, like, with just this piece here, these pieces coming in, it's not everything, but here's just some of these things. What does the jury think? Are they just like, yeah, Wendy's involved? Or are they like, nah, whatever? Because previous trials, there's been a lot of people who think there's no way Wendy's involved. And I think a lot of people's opinions changed this trial. So this is really where they are testing it out, I think, and seeing how will a jury interpret this? What do they think? Among other reasons. Like I said, it's just very strategic, but I think that's one of the reasons they did this on purpose, because in a way, it is also a Wendi trial, right? They're preparing for that. I just think it's going to be, y'all, any day, any fucking day.
Taken from her person.
And does this presentation also contain messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
It does, yes.
And were the amount of messages in both that iCloud and from that cell phone voluminous?
They were, yes.
Your summary that I've labeled 73B.
Another
record, I'll make
professional.
his first summary from his first part of his presentation, 73A, and this one will be 73B. Do these include some of the text relevant to the specific things I'm going to ask you about today from those voluminous records?
It does, yes.
At this time, I would move state 73B into evidence subject to the court's ruling.
Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling, Your Honor.
73B, you said?
Yes, sir.
73B will be admitted.
And I'd also make 73A, please.
Any objection at the 73, or were those already admitted?
73 is
We're just
already
going to go ahead while they get these in here. Oh, and that's right. These demonstrative exhibits are killer, y'all. This was next level for the exhibits and the way they did this and the way they did these text messages. I almost forgot. This was incredible. Brilliant. All
right. Looking at State's Exhibit 62, this first slide, does this appear to be a question and answer session here? There's a part that says Q, followed by a question, and a part that says A, followed by the answer to the question.
That's correct.
And they even have like the little shadow where it says State's Exhibit 62. It has like the little shadow, like not necessary, but just looks so nice. And honestly, I think it's easier on the eyes versus just the black and the white. Like this is much softer looking, and it just looks so good.
When a witness is on the stand in a trial like you are today, does your testimony have to be in a question and answer format?
It is, yes.
All right. If we could go to the first page of State's Exhibit 62. Looking at this first bit of information here, what does this writing say that Cay said?
It says here in the highlighted section that Cay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder.
This testimony is cumulative to the other evidence that's already been admitted.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
Look at her face, guys.
What does it say that Cay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. Does the next sentence say she asked him to give her $333,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami? He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be
from the original picture, but they added the text. Hold on. The shadow, where is it? It's text that the prosecution added. Where's the State's Exhibit 62? That's what I was referencing, the shadow on the text there that they have. We were labeling it. Okay.
The other evidence and everything.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
Has to be.
What does it say that Cay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. Does the next sentence say she asked him to give her $333,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami? He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law, not to kill him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so according to this story and to Charlie Adelson's story at his trial, no one hired these hitmen to kill Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
They just did it in their own in hopes of getting paid.
Correct.
All right, looking at the next page. Is this the bottom part of the first page combined with the top part of the second page?
It is, yes.
Okay. Looking at the next sentence, does it say he threatened me that he was going to go to the police? I told him if he went to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom and dad, exclamation point. You should have seen his face, exclamation point. He turned white, exclamation point. He was scared shitless, in quotations.
Yes.
Okay, looking down at the next paragraph, does it say that she convinced him that the murderers think that a woman is paying for this? They don't know Charlie. And she told him she would tell her friends, she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to this, the men who killed Dan Markel are not the ones giving him the information the night of this murder. It's Catherine Magbanua. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that consistent with what Charlie Adelson said in his testimony? He said that Magbanua came over alone the night of the murder and told him that he was being extorted by some people she knew.
That's correct.
All right, looking down at the next section, does it say he opened his safe and gave her stacks of money? I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Yes. It does, yes. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money.
And what does the rest of that paragraph say?
Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out for a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $333,000.
Judge, can you approach, please?
God. Oops. Come on.
Let's continue, Mr.
Okay. In Charlie Adelson's testimony, did he say that he paid Catherine Magbanua $3,000 a month because he did not have $333,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say he gave her, I think it was $138,000 that night or the next morning, and then the rest was $3,000 a month over time?
That's correct.
And was that paid, he said, from $1,000 a month in her paycheck from Adelson Institute and $2,000 in cash?
Yes.
And in his testimony, did he say that Magbanua assured him that none of the money would be going to her? She was giving it all to the extorters, including the money from her paycheck.
Yes.
And did he testify that he told his mother, Donna Adelson, about the extortion in September of 2014?
Yes.
All right, can we move on to the next paragraph? I have a couple of questions about that. Okay, in this middle paragraph and in this final paragraph, is the word extort used twice?
Yes.
Okay, and then at the bottom, haha is written out.
It is, yes.
Looking at the word, the first time we see the word extort on this page, is that underlined for emphasis?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, when did Donna Adelson first learn the meaning of the word extortion?
Well, we know that there was a search from the web history of that forensic examination. I can move to that now. That was in October of 23. That is reference to extortion versus blackmail.
Okay, and what date was that search made?
Again, October 16th of 2023.
Was that about a week before Charlie Adelson's trial began?
It is, yes.
That she's looking up the difference between extortion and blackmail?
Correct.
And that would be even though, according to his testimony, he and his mother had been being extorted since 2014.
Correct.
All right. After Donna Adelson's phone was seized on November 13th of 2023, were we able to extract the data through a Cellbrite report?
We were, yes.
And from the phone in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson were talking about Charlie's trial and verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
What date did Charlie Adelson's opening statements begin on October 24th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the first day of the trial when there was an opening statement and the state started calling their first witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what day did Charlie Adelson testify in his defense in that case?
November 2nd.
All right. And in this conversation between Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson, did Donna Adelson agree that Charlie Adelson's testimony about being extorted was the truth, that he was telling the truth?
She did, yes.
Okay. Can we see that exchange?
Yes.
Now, right before this exchange, did Wendi Adelson send a prayer hands emoji?
Yes.
Okay. And then what was Donna Adelson's response to that?
That we shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years, differs through this. And
This.
now what? Prayer hands.
And then does she clarify that she meant suffers, not differs?
Yes.
Okay. So what date was this text sent on?
Again, November 6th of 2023.
So this would have been about 4 days after Charlie Adelson's testimony,
Correct.
but before a verdict was rendered in the case.
That's correct.
It says that he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years. Was Robert Adelson a witness in Charlie Adelson's trial? Was he called by either the state or the defense?
He was not.
Okay. So the only person that Wendi Adelson was a little sister of who testified in Charlie Adelson's trial was Charlie Adelson then.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
And here she's saying he's telling the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that the only time that she said that Charlie Adelson's defense was the truth during that trial?
It is not.
Okay. Can you show us all the messages where she's letting people know that it's the truth? Okay. So she's sending these messages to different friends or family members saying, finally, the truth is out.
That is correct. All of these messages were sent in a relatively short time frame to various friends and associates.
Okay. Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching more about it being the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
Crazy saying that. Can you imagine saying that, guys?
Besides these things, I mean, what else did Donna Adelson say? Or did she say anything else to Wendi Adelson? Okay, thank you. Okay, here is she asking someone to watch opening because the truth is out.
That's correct.
All right. What else does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson about this extortion defense?
She says that she's sorry this has been our life for so many years. It has been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a jury does to him and to the rest of us. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
What date is that? Or was
That
that sent?
I'm
What
sorry,
date was that sent?
November 1st of 23.
So she's saying she hasn't told Wendi about this extortion defense because Wendy's attorney didn't want her to.
Correct.
And it might affect their relationship.
Yes.
Did we look in the cell phone reports and records to see whether there was any phone evidence of Charlie Adelson being extorted by Magbanua or Garcia or Rivera?
We did, yes.
All right. Looking at the day after Dan Markel's murder, which would have been July 19th of 2014, would that have been the day after Magbanua would have told Charlie Adelson he was being extorted per his testimony and this State 62?
Yes.
Okay. What did Charlie Adelson and Magbanua, what were they saying to each other in text messages that day, the day after this alleged extortion?
So he speaks of heading to the gym, asking her if she's taking her children to the beach. She replies that it's beautiful, probably the pool. He asks her, encouraged her to have a nice day.
Okay, so then this would have been after Magbanua left his home that morning that we saw in your first presentation is headed south toward Rivera's. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Charlie Adelson reaches out to Magbanua first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's headed to the gym?
Yes.
Any mention of extortion, bad guys, money in these messages?
Bad guys.
No.
Does
Yeah,
it appear that there's any anger or fear in these
The one thing that was missing from Donna's script, right, was the term bad guys. That would have been great.
messages?
I mean, who knows? Perhaps if we haven't seen all of it, maybe there were some that they didn't even use. And wouldn't surprise me if she used the term bad guys. That would, just that would track, right? Haha, what a fool, those bad guys.
It does not.
What about and in the what about in the week following the murder? What did they talk about that week?
Well, there's additional messages from the 19th later on in the afternoon. And then, yes, we have messages from the next week.
And what were their conversations that week like? So here they're talking about the weather and how late it is in the day.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember-
What about the next messages?
Just as a reminder, they shouldn't be leading on direct, but the defense isn't objecting. So they continue with the leading. I mean, it's been going on the whole trial, but it just gets really out of hand, in my opinion, with some of this business here with these text messages and stuff.
She wants him to get Jerry to call in some prescription shampoo for her.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He says sweet dreams.
Yes.
What's next? She's complaining about a headache, migraine.
Yes.
Okay. What's next?
Yeah, I mean, again,
He's
I
saying,
love it. Look at this. So if you look at this presentation, whatever program was used, if you look at the text messages and even the little faces, they've got those same shadows. What that does is to add the depth so that the movement doesn't look weird. Like imagine, it might be kind of hard, but if you imagine if there weren't those shadows, the movement would look like they were just scrolling, right? Like, but they were just like the way you would scroll on a computer where you're just like looking at a PDF and you're scroll, everything's flat. This makes it 3D. And so instead of it seeming like you're just scrolling, it makes it seem like the background, like the blank page, if you will, is staying the same, but that the only thing that's moving is the overlay, and it just looks so much cleaner. And yeah, it's pretty fucking great. Love it. It's amazing with the difference that type of thing makes. Like when I'm making thumbnails, I see it every single thumbnail that I make. I have different fonts and whatever. And like, it's a huge difference with like, when you just add that little bit of shadow versus not. Yeah, it can completely change the way something looks, even though it's something simple.
and laugh out loud.
Yes.
All right. Any more after that? Here she says, have a good day, smiley face. And he says, you too.
Correct.
And is that all we have from that week?
Yes.
Did they ever discuss extortion, bad guys, money?
That guy.
No.
Okay. Does it seem like pretty mundane things?
It does. Yes.
All right. From 2014 to 2016, those 2 years after the murder, do Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up?
We're going to go ahead a little bit with this whole thing. Okay. This is pretty funny. And also, again, I think if nothing else is going to hammer home for the jury in terms of the way that Catherine Magbanua talks. And well, they heard her in all the phone calls, right? But this is the way she types. So when you think about like the script and all that, I mean, you look at this again, it's just really blatantly obvious the way she communicates.
Does Charlie Adelson tell her he loves her in October of 2014?
He does.
Does he say it makes me feel good that you care about me? I'm very lucky to have you as
In
part.
addition to proving the fact that he was continuing to, sweet talk her and give her gifts and all that to try to, again, keep her happy.
Of my life.
He does.
Okay. What's next? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you go back? Did she respond that she will always care about him?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? And here they have an exchange. Is this in February of 2015?
It is.
And here she says, I always know how to make you smile. And he says, yes, you do.
Correct.
What's next? What do they say here?
It's February 24th of 15. Good. I love you. And he replies, I love you too.
Okay. What about later that year? Are there more friendly exchanges?
October 27th of 2015.
And she's maybe wishing him a happy birthday and thank you for helping me and I love you.
So fucking
Yes.
kidding.
And what does he say back?
Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best. I am lucky to have you as a friend for life.
Smiley face?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, here are they kind of calling each other names. It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says, I miss you.
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are
You know
there
what would be
any-
better? Hold on. You know what would have been better? is if Katie said, "So how's everything? You don't miss me, you fool," or sorry, "you stupid fool." That would have been even better, wouldn't it?
It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says, "I miss you."
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are there any messages in the next month? Okay, maybe some sort of
Fuck you, you stupid fool. Again, I just love it.
inside joke here.
Yes.
Okay. Is she giving laughing, crying emojis?
Yes.
All right. What's next? Is this the same day?
It is.
And how does he end this exchange?
LOL, you're the best.
So laugh out loud, you're the best.
Yes.
I do appreciate that Charlie actually has like a sense of humor. Like this isn't the only time we see this where he's like fully aware of how he has his stories, how he goes on and repeats. He's fully aware of it, and he's like can laugh at himself. You know, I think that actually is like a positive character trait that like he's totally like, yep, I know I do it. You know what I mean? Versus like, anyway. If anything, I would say that it makes him maybe a little bit like he has more self-awareness than perhaps his other family members, minus Rob. Definitely more so than Wendi and Donna, though. They're not, they don't even have the capacity. But like this is like a human thing, you know what I mean? It's like you can see your own flaws, you can laugh at it, and it becomes sort of like you know, for somebody who loves for one person who loves another person, right? Anything that might be perceived as a flaw by a third party or even by the person themselves. But when you love somebody, what could be considered a flaw or even a quirk or whatever, it becomes a thing of endearment. You know what I mean? So, and like literally, that's exactly what Katie's saying, right? It's like you would always get mad when I cut you off when you're in the middle of the story, so I just let you repeat it because I love you. There it is. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anyway, it's again, to me, this is actually kind of surprising just to see. Like, I guess I would not have maybe understood that they were that, like, how shall we say, like emotionally involved or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know. It's more reminiscent of a legitimate relationship than I expected, I guess is what I should say.
After maintaining a close friendship for years, according to these texts, at what point did Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua no longer have any contact via phone again? Is it after the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia?
Stop leading, please. God, it's so annoying, guys.
Yes. I'm trying to recall exactly when that ended, but it was well into the time of the arrest.
I would love to hear the witness answer the question, but you know.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in all of these messages from the records between Charlie Adelson and Magbanua in those 2 years, are there any messages where they discuss being extorted?
No.
Are there any messages where they discuss Dan Markel's murder?
No.
What about Magbanua knowing people who wanted to hurt his family, anything like that?
No.
When Donna Adelson's phone was seized and celebrated, was there evidence inside that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson had communicated for several years over WhatsApp?
Yes.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is just a communication app, multi-platform. You can use it on iPhones or Androids or other devices, and it is just another platform which people can communicate, voice, text, and it is what we call an over-the-top app in that it does not go through the carrier traditional infrastructure. So it's not using their text message service, it's using the data side. So we don't see records of that, those communications in the call detail records that we get. And it offers the security of encryption, that those messages are encrypted for the security of the senders.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because maybe they're somewhere internationally and that's the easiest way to communicate internationally.
Yes.
Just sometimes people use WhatsApp because, as you said, it's an encrypted service and maybe those messages could be harder to find as opposed to a regular text message.
Please approve.
Okay, I could ask a different question, Judge.
Please do.
What does an encrypted message mean?
So encrypted means that the message content itself is encoded in a way that it cannot be easily read or decoded in transit. So if there was an interception or someone were to get hold of that text message because of the encryption, you're not able to actually see what's in there. And so that provides, again, for the security of those messages and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this WhatsApp thread between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, were some messages seen in 2023 that law enforcement did not previously have?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn our attention to the first one from July of 2016. Okay. Do you mind going to the next? Thank you. All right. So they're talking about some good news.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? All right. So what does Charlie Adelson say here?
He says that the information he got, no, it's in the paper from yesterday. And I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but it's looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
Okay. When was that message sent?
July 21st of 2016.
Okay. Was David Marcus spelled with a K? Was that Charlie Adelson's attorney at the time?
Yes.
So according to this text, Charlie Adelson's attorney was talking to Garcia's attorney, and he's letting his mother, Donna Adelson, know that in this message?
Yes.
Who did Marcus run into when he met with Garcia's lawyer?
Katie.
At least 73A and 73 have been admitted at this point. They're in evidence. The objections are ruled.
What happened when Garcia's lawyer, when Charlie Adelson's lawyer met with Garcia's lawyer? Who did they run into?
Miss Magbanua.
Okay. Now, how do we know that Kaddie is Magbanua?
That's how he had her listed in his contacts within his phone, Charlie Adelson's.
Okay. So throughout their relationship, Catherine Magbanua's phone number and all of these messages are all to Kaddie in his phone. That's how he spelled Katie.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
To the small world comment, she replies that it is, and then he goes on to discuss the meeting.
So does he say that his attorney said they said hi to each other, they shook hands, he introduced himself, and she is nice and beautiful?
Correct.
Okay. And how does Donna Adelson respond?
Like all your girlfriends.
Okay. So this is July of 2016. So is this about 2 months after Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan? I'm sorry. Yeah. Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes.
Okay. And Katie's his baby mama?
Yes.
Okay. Did Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson express any anger here or 4-letter words for Garcia, the man who shot Dan Markel and had been arrested for it 2 months earlier?
No.
Or for Katie, the mother of his children?
No.
All right. Looking at the next month in August, show us this WhatsApp message. Now, is this message between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you read us the message from August 2nd here?
Charlie Adelson says, did you see in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny did not pay him for his drugs, just like he stiffed everyone else he did business with. This whole thing is just crazy.
So at this point in August, you said Garcia and Rivera, they had been arrested for at least 2 months, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Charlie Adelson, according to Charlie Adelson, and according to him, he and his mother had been extorted for almost a year and a half as of a couple months ago.
That'd be correct.
In this message from Charlie Adelson, though, does it appear to spitball another theory of Dan Markel's murder besides the extortion that they've supposedly been extorted for the last 2 years by the killers?
It does, yes.
And when law enforcement investigated, did the hitman actually hang out with a local cocaine dealer who the police interviewed and he gave them information about the men he sold drugs to?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the paper.
I'm sorry?
And they're talking about the fact that was in the paper.
Yes.
Okay. And that maybe that coke dealer's the guy that killed Danny.
Yes.
Maybe Danny was buying drugs from him, stiffed him, something like that.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What's next after this? After Donna Adelson says, I did not see that, which paper?
Charlie indicates that it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and Donna that she has stopped reading everything.
And does she say, wow, exclamation point, I stopped reading everything?
Wow, exclamation point. Amazing.
Yes.
Does she say, what are you talking about? You told me that they've been extorting us for 2 years.
Sustained.
Is there anything about extortion in these messages?
There is not.
All right.
Really, objection could have even been just leading again there. Or objection counsel's testifying, but that's what she's been doing the whole time.
Last thing we saw from, or at the beginning of the presentation, we saw that in Donna Adelson's phone, she said that he was telling the truth in his trial and the truth is out. Was there another message to Wendi Adelson after she told Wendi Adelson? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there more messages here?
There is, just the end of that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
Can
trying.
you walk us through these and then I'll move on?
Certainly, it's just the conclusion of that the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging.
Sustained.
Okay, is this the end of the conversation that we just saw?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Good Donna's OMG, dude.
And do these messages mention extortion?
They do not.
All right. Going back to November of 2023, did we find messages in Donna Adelson's phone from November of 2023 when the verdict was announced between?
Let's go. Let's go. Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Donna and Wendi.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my
Okay,
God.
let me see that message. Or maybe this, okay. She says there's a verdict. This is on November 6th, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was a verdict.
Fucking 5-0. Here's the thing. Just when I look at this, Donna says there's a verdict, right? And if you look, that was at 4:57. Wendy's response is like half an hour later. So in other words, Donna's like, there's a verdict. Wendy's text back is after the verdict has been announced. Y'all, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. The way that I read Wendy's text here is relief. Because, you know what I mean? Like, he's convicted, and that's exactly what Donna's responding to. Like, Donna interprets that clearly as Wendy's relieved because she's been protected, because her brother is willing to serve life in prison for his sister's sake without any benefit to himself. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. You guys, look. What's important here is what Donna's not saying. Donna's not saying, and here's the other thing. Sorry, before I get to that. Donna has been very careful, most of the time, especially like, for example, in the phone calls with Charlie during the bump and all this, right? Of like how she talks about Wendi. And normally it's like talking about Wendi, and it's like they're really trying hard to make it seem like she's completely separate from anything that they're doing, right? Like here's what I think this is. I think she's pissed at Wendi. Because Wendy's not been behaving the way Donna expected or wanted her to. Because this is very different languaging from Donna. It's not, your brother loves you, and like the fact that she's even mentioning this, like this text from Donna says it all. She's retaliating against Wendi. She's punished. Like, it almost makes me wonder if she did it on purpose, hoping that it would get discovered and Wendi would get what was coming to her, because she's so pissed at Wendi, and it's like, it isn't fair to Charlie. It really isn't. But like this right here is just so interesting, because it's not like I don't know. What would we expect Donna to say? Something like, I can't believe this jury. How could they ever think that we, as in implying her, Charlie and Wendi, how could they ever think that we could do anything like this? Da-da. And also, it doesn't say you didn't do this or whatever, which also, why would you say that? It's like, that doesn't make any sense. Charlie just got convicted. There's only one reason why you would be talking about whether you think Wendi was involved or not, or whatever. Like, why would that even be relevant? That's my point. Why is it even relevant as to whether Wendi is guilty or not? There's only one reason. But also, she's not even saying something like, you were involved and now the world knows it or whatever. That's not it. It says, now you are not guilty. It doesn't say you didn't do this, whatever. Remember, because y'all know, that's different, right? Not guilty versus didn't do the thing are completely fucking different. Also, it uses the word now. As in, prior to now, you should have been fucking guilty, is how that reads to me. Your brother protected you for years. Now, as opposed to before, you are not guilty. Do you guys see what I mean by that? Like, this is huge to me. And I really think this is Donna saying what she really thinks to Wendi here. And like either hoping it gets discovered or just not caring if it gets discovered, because this is this is incredibly damning, in my opinion, for Wendi. And can you imagine? Like, that's what it's like, so juvenile and so mature, right? It's like, I'm so pissed at you in this moment. So right in this moment, I'm gonna make sure I text something that could later on result in you getting convicted. And I mean, she did the crime. It's fair, right? But still, in terms of just for Donna to do, for a mom to do that, right? It's like, versus just being mad or frustrated in the moment and then just like, well, I'm going to wait to text when I'm in a better mindset or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like, this is the type of thing you can't fucking take back. And again, it's fair. She should go to prison for the rest of her life. But I guess what I'm saying is it's not about it being unfair to Wendi. I guess to me, this is more significant just because it reflects, again, so much on Donna's personality, her inability to think rationally or control emotions, just her vindictive nature. It just like, this is just so Donna to me, right? And it's like, again, it's like, doesn't even fucking care. Like, she'll throw her own kids under the bus. So
Verdict delivered, meaning read out loud by the clerk or by the judge, sometime between 5 p.m. and 5:15 p.m.
And sorry, not only will she throw her kids under the bus, it's like, it'd be one thing if you threw your kids under the bus to try to save your own ass. She's not even doing that. It's like more important to Donna than saving her own ass, if possible, at trial. It's like, throw your kids under the bus just because you're pissed at them. You know what I mean? Like that was her motivation in the moment. That was her motivation. It was just purely emotional, right?
That day, November 6th.
Yes.
Okay. When does Wendi send her next message?
Fight.
At 5:27 p.m.
So this would have been after the verdict was rendered?
Yes.
All right. And she says, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Is that right?
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond? Can you read that message?
Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
Now that's just Donna being a martyr again, and I think also trying to guilt trip Wendi and tie the kids into it. It's tying all the things. The bar mitzvah, it's just, this is like that last sentence to me is just an amalgamation of all the ways that Donna knows she can manipulate Wendi or make Wendi feel guilty, or try to. That's what that is. Because it doesn't actually make any fucking sense. And they tried to make it make sense in the trial. I don't read it that way. I read this as something that isn't supposed to make sense. It's supposed to elicit an emotional reaction out of Wendi, and Donna would know that it would do that. Also, if you look at Wendy's hair, it's like all curly and frizzy. Remember, this is what we can expect once she's arrested, because in this picture, it's like not flat ironed and whatnot. And hopefully you guys can kind of see it and see that it's not the best. So yeah, maybe this is the headshot I should use whenever I try to add on the prison glasses and the jail outfit.
And was that sent at 5:31 p.m. on November 6th?
It was, yes.
So about 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
Interesting, because she's nodding there. Did y'all see that nod? Donna's nodding there. I mean, if that's what that is, it's got to be, I think, the one time in the trial where she's actually nodding with something and agreeing with it, and it's something that is actually accurate and appropriate and like warranted.
15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
See? Interesting.
All right. So now
She looked over there to the side. I mean, either she was looking at the jury or she was trying to make eye contact with Harvey. Possible.
we know the time of the verdict, sometime between 5 and
Liz, are you
5:15 p.m.
feeling
on
better
November 6th.
after being sick?
After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
Yes.
All right.
It's argumentative.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone from after the verdict?
Argumentative?
So there is a conversation, again, in WhatsApp between Donna Adelson and
You say argumentative. I feel like he doesn't understand that objection because it's happened a couple times and I just keep like letting it go. But if he said that again, hold on.
All right.
It's argumentative.
Argument. He does not understand what that word means. Hold on. Let me put the CC back on. That's wild. It's objectionable for a lot of reasons, but maybe one of the only things it's not objectionable for is being argumentative. That's weird. That's weird. Hold on.
After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
yes.
All right.
It's argumentative.
What? Argumentative is when you're arguing with the witness. Usually it happens on cross. It's leading. It's leading. I mean, there could be that would be the obvious argumentative. He doesn't understand what that word means. Very weird.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone?
I mean, I just really hope that this Mr. Zellman, after this trial, learns what what an argumentative objection is, because it's just weird.
From after the verdict.
So there is a conversation, again, in WhatsApp between Donna Adelson and a representative from Vietnam e-Visa regarding getting a visa for herself and for Hardy.
Okay, and are we gonna go through the entire visa chat here today?
Okay, so the visa chat, okay. Getting the foundation in. Vietnam visa, okay. And this is just showing that they need to get it as fast as possible. Yep. And these are the terms, okay. Wait, hold on, let me go back to that one. 90-day visa. It doesn't have enough time to process 90 days visa because the immigration department does not work on weekends. So she's asking for a 90-day visa, which the defense makes a big deal about. She's asking for a 90-day visa. Then she adds 90-day multi-entrance, and then they say we can't do it. Here's what I think about this. Now, again, the defense has made a big deal about this multi-entrance. This clarified it to me. This clarified this whole bit, and here's why. Because when you see this, the way that it's typed, notice. She says, look at the timestamps, okay? I would like a 90-day visa. That's at 4:52:48. The follow-up text isn't until 4:53:25. So that's like almost a full minute later. So here's what this looks like to me. You imagine Donna's on the website, right? Picture this. Donna's on the website and she's looking at her options. That's what she's doing. So she's saying, I would like a 90-day visa. I think in this almost a minute that elapses, she's looking at the different titles, knowing that the person who she's texting is in Vietnam or whatever, and like likely, potentially, is using maybe some sort of app to text. I don't know. There could be a language barrier. My point being that if you've got people that aren't fluent in English and or whatever, but they're just simply trained to field these inquiries, it's possible that they could recognize a certain number of specific things. Like, let's just say that they work at a paint store. This is just for hypothetical paint store. And the options for paint are white, yellow, blue, red, and green. I don't know, right? Just some people that maybe they don't really know any English, right? And they, sentences, whatever, but they know those 5 words because they know how to recognize them visually. And they see those words and they're like, and then they know what it means, right? Like visually. And that's all that matters for them to actually do their job, as an example. That's what I think is going on here, where she says 90-day visa. He doesn't reply, or he or she doesn't respond. And she's probably thinking, hold on, I need to make sure I get the title right and clarify, because she takes almost a minute. And then she says 90-day multi-entrance. My thought is that that's actually just the title of the visa. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. It's a 90-day multi-entrance. That, like, we don't even know that there's another option, right? In other words, she says 90-day visa, and I think she just wasn't getting the title right, because she doesn't say 90-day visa, only one entrance. She just says 90-day visa, doesn't get a response, and then maybe she realizes, oh, hold on, let me make sure I get the title right, 90-day multi-entrance, and maybe that's like the only 90-day there is. But the defense, and understandably so, really tries to make a big deal about they wanted to have the multiple entrants. It didn't fly, obviously. But I just wanted to point out my interpretation of this is that I think it's just something super basic of her clarifying the correct name so that the person on the other end can understand what she's asking for correctly, if that makes sense. And see, after that, she gets a response. So.
Kate, I would like the 90-day visa, and clarifies 90-day multi-entrance.
Okay, what happens when she finds out there isn't enough time to get a 90-day visa because it's an emergency fast track one?
So her reply is, if we get a 30-day visa, can I extend it while I am in Vietnam?
Okay, but then the chat says we can't arrange for the 90-day.
Yes.
Notice that when she asks this, when Donna asks this, she doesn't ask any questions about multi-entrance or whatever. She just wants it to be longer.
All right. If she were to
now, the agent or whatever you want to call him, goes and provides that information about leaving and re-entering. They're probably assuming that this is a normal person doing a normal vacation, probably not assuming they're trying to move there permanently, right? So they provide that information, but Donna doesn't ask for it or reference it.
Say that, and I know that they didn't get the visas till a few days later, but let's say she got the visa on November 7th and it were a 90-day visa. That visa would extend to February 7th.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the choice that they gave her, the 90 or the 30 and extend.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, eventually in this chat, does she send she and Harvey Adelson's pictures?
She does. Yes.
Okay. Are they letting her know all the things that she'll need to provide?
Yes.
Okay. And does she say 90-day multiple entry is what I would like as fast as possible, and that next Monday, as the next Monday to receive the visas will be fine?
Again,
That's correct.
Okay.
the 90-day multiple entry again being the name of.
They've received her email,
Correct.
and she sends her picture. Does she send Harvey's picture as well?
Wow, that's a weird picture, Donna.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Wow, Harvey looks scary.
Now, at some point in this chat,
Whoa.
is it getting close to her flight date and she has not yet received her visas?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
In addition to the photograph, she also sends copies of their passports.
Okay. And this,
I'm just going to go ahead a little bit. They've received the payment. Right. Okay. That's their flight path or what have you. 30 hours is their flight. Wow. So Donna's getting fucking pissed at the agent. Look at the all caps. Look at the all caps. Now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. Dude. So Donna.
okay. Now we're 5 days later, and does she say in capital letters, now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. We take our flight tomorrow at 8.
Is she doing another Wendi replacement again? This is before she's met her jailhouse daughter, right? So is she doing like because we in the emails to Wendi, right? There was tons of all caps, bold, underline, italics. Is she doing this whole thing again? She's reverting to like, I'm mad at you. I'm gonna tell you what to do. I'm gonna scold you and and like, so therefore I'm gonna talk to you like I talk to
p.m. That is 30 hours. She's afraid that she's not going to get it in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What happens next?
30 hours.
So the response is that we will send e-visa to you within 21 hours from now. It's fine for your flight. Please don't worry.
Okay. And does she actually end up getting her visa?
Okay, thank you for reassuring me. Weird.
She
Weird.
does, yes.
Okay. Can you walk us through the rest?
Weird.
Yes. So this is November 13th, 5:28 a.m. She receives a visa for herself and for Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Now, was there other evidence that showed that the Adelsons did not have plans of returning home anytime soon? What was found on her phone as far as her Amazon?
Does anyone else here love by the way?
So there was a message to herself, kind of as a reminder, and this was on November 8th to stop Amazon deliveries.
Okay. And was there a note left in their apartment to sell a belonging?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now here we get this note to Wendi about selling the gun. Okay, fine. Okay, note about packing for Vietnam.
Okay. Was there also notes at the bottom about canceling disability insurance?
Yes.
2, in fact.
Yes.
Was there a note for, I'm looking in the middle of the screen here, for Wendi to tell Dan regarding Vietnam, and he must tell Charlie.
Look at all those check marks. Boy, is that just exactly what I would expect from her personality. Wow. That's wild.
His private line. Is that right?
Yes.
Would Charlie Adelson have been in custody at that time?
Yes.
And if the Adelsons were to call Charlie Adelson and tell him they're going to Vietnam, would that call be recorded and available to law enforcement?
Yes.
If Dan, Charlie's attorney, calls Charlie to tell him that information, would that call be private and law enforcement cannot listen to that?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there some more entries in this planner? Is there an entry regarding child support at the top? Okay. If they were paying child support for Charlie's child,
Here, they're just going to talk about how she was going ahead and making arrangements to make sure that Charlie's child support was covered because he's going to be in custody. And they're trying to make sure Roman's taken care of. I hope Roman's doing okay also to that end. Okay. So here's where we learn about the other properties.
of a reminder to yourself in the future that you've made here on the 18th.
It could be yes.
Okay. And is that reminder, tell Wendi, do October expenses for 3 properties and enter in computer.
Yes.
Okay. I asked you when the first entry was. We see the end of the week. Is
Sure.
that
Did we not, we never learned what all properties they owned? I feel like that we should know that somehow at this juncture, right? Like how is the internet or just, I mean, it's public record. Like how is, I don't know, I'm just curious. Just curious.
November 18th. So I think you can probably see what week we're on, but I'm going to show you.
Go ahead. Okay, and this again, this business. Okay, we have no, so Donna to Wendi, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked. Remember, like I said, she's pissed at Wendi. Remember, just not that long ago, a few days prior, She sends Wendi that text about Wendi being guilty. Well, and I say that because the premise is that the text, what Donna says assumes that Wendy's guilty. It's the only reason why then you would say your brother protected you. Now you are not guilty, right? Anyway. So now Donna's back again. Okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just wanted you to know how many times Charlie's asking about you. So what's really funny is while this is going on, y'all remember the jail phone calls? The jail phone calls with Charlie are happening. And she talks about this message that she sends Wendi in the jail phone calls. What's really funny is like, I've listened to all of those many times. And this is Donna lying to Wendi. Charlie doesn't ask about her. Charlie talks about how guilty he thinks Wendi is and how she would get convicted at trial and how it's not fair that she's not. I mean, Charlie starts to see the light, okay, after he gets convicted. And he really goes on and on about Wendi. And he makes incredible points, as I've referenced before. But Donna, of course, is trying to manipulate Wendi and so lies. So she's saying, trying to guilt trip Wendi on behalf of Charlie, even though Charlie's not doing it. So it's like, in other words, it's not just that in Donna's, what Donna's saying here is it's not me that's asking about you. It's Charlie. And again, thinking that that would be more guilt trippy because what is Charlie doing? Oh, he's spending the rest of his life in prison for her sake. And like, he's asking about you and you're being a bad sister, right? So I just want you to know how many times Charlie's asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie. Charlie's not been complaining about this. We will need to give you some information shortly and need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people for help. To the extent that it is maybe potentially somewhat time sensitive, I think that Donna's more like bigger purpose for that last sentence is again just to control Wendi. And what I think Donna wants to see is that she makes a demand or she says something or does something or whatever, and then it elicits Donna's desired response from Wendi. So here, I think it's just a way of like she's trying to manipulate Wendi to respond quicker. Why? Because that's what Donna's asking for. Like it's just really disgusting. And then Donna texts again because Wendi hasn't responded. Don't get nervous. Again, nothing about the case. So it's really interesting, right? Because it's like, well, clearly Donna's tactic didn't work because Wendi didn't respond. And this also would go to my thoughts of what I said earlier, which is like Wendi seems to be stuck in the middle with how to handle this dysfunctional dynamic with the mom. You know, I mean, if this had been Charlie, okay, imagine if this text from Donna had been to Charlie would have stopped everything to immediately reply and then just like, I mean, y'all have seen it. It's just without even question, right? But Wendi doesn't respond. Now, what's really interesting is that instead of Donna interpreting Wendi not replying immediately as, oh, okay, she's not available to help. This is how you know it's all BS for Donna, because what does Donna do? She responds with, don't get nervous. Again, nothing about the case, as if Donna's making an assumption that Wendi's nervous because of the case. It's interesting because it's ignoring Donna's last demand in the previous text. Like Donna's ignoring the fact that she made it. Okay, let me articulate this better. Donna makes a demand and Wendi doesn't comply. Where right at this last sentence, this needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people for help. Wendi doesn't comply with that demand. But Donna isn't acknowledging that Wendi didn't comply with that demand. So instead of responding to that, Donna creates another reason that Wendi could potentially not be responding. It's wild, right? So because she doesn't want to acknowledge that Wendi's not complying with her demand. So instead, she switches it. Don't get nervous. Again, nothing about the case. It's like, did anybody say Wendi's nervous? No. It's so manipulative. It's as if she wants to try to convince Wendi to think that that's what her actual issue is versus not wanting to be just like Donna's doormat, you know? Just would like to show you business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. The other thing I will say is in Donna's own words, she says the word again. This is all redundant. This is all cumulative. This is all asked and answered. She's just repeating what she already said. So this text serves no purpose except to try to convince in Donna's mind, convince herself that the reason Wendi didn't respond isn't because her daughter's not complying, but it's for some other reason. And B, to try to convince Wendi that the reason she's not replying, again, isn't because she's not following orders, but it's for some other reason. It's to try to convince both of them that there's some other thing going on. This is what I think of it, just my opinion, because there's no actual purpose for this text. And it's giving her another chance to comply after she didn't comply quickly enough the first time. I hope you can understand that has nothing to do with the case. Look at this, though. Let me read this whole thing again without stopping. Don't get nervous. Again, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you can understand that has nothing to do with the case. There's no, like, it gives me the ick feeling, right? There's just repeating it so many times. This just feels so gaslighty to me. Okay, let's keep going.
No, they need to talk to her. It's not about the case. They need business assistance. They need to help her with personal things and business stuff.
Like,
please.
The only legitimate explanation for doing something like that is if somebody has and I don't even think it's a real thing, or maybe it is, but the whole thing of like the 1 second memory person or something. I don't know if that's like a documentary or if that's just like I don't know. Like if somebody has a 1 second memory, that's literally the only legitimate reason for repeating this in the way that Donna did. So.
Respond to them. Please talk to them.
Yes, that they need her to help them. Yes.
What do we have next?
November 10th.
Does Donna Adelson, I'm sorry.
She provides 2 contact cards to Wendi, stating that you need to have this info.
And is one of those for an attorney and one that looks to be for a property, a condo in a certain tower?
Okay, again, she's giving Wendi jobs. Okay. Oh, I love this one. So now Donna's texting Annie Cunningham, who's going to be the defense first witness. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendi is not responding to us. And we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this all sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more. Don't make plans till I contact you in a bit. Thanks, Annie. Stand by. Heart, don't call me yet. Geez, Donna, I wonder why you can't discuss it over the phone. Wendi says, whenever you need us and wherever you need us, we will be there. You don't have to ask. And you don't have to ask. Ways, we love you. I don't know. That might be a typo. And again, I love it because the jury's just getting a really good, they don't know who Annie Cunningham is yet, but you know what? They're going to know soon enough. And it's like, oh, like, here's the witness just ahead of time going ahead and like, here it is. Like, yeah, well, we're here for you. That's what friends are for. So how credible? Yeah, anyways. Donna does a heart on it, right? Loves it. And then Ron may have some work to do here. Okay. Oops. And then Donna says, I'm copying you on different emails and things that you may not understand, but check with me later and I will explain everything. Please check if there's any chance you could get down here possibly Thursday, but don't book a final ticket, please. There's so much we have to go over with you. And then Donna sends another text. I won't know for about another 3 hours if that will work. That's why I'm holding off talking to you.
Vietnam. Why Vietnam was chosen is where they were going to go.
There were searches related to extradition, which would have contained Vietnam as non-extradition.
Okay, can you show that to us?
Yay!
Okay, and when did she Google list of United States extradition treaties?
It would have been on November 7th.
It's great. Let me just pull these down. List of United States extradition treaties, Wikipedia. How to get to Ho Chi Minh City from 5 nearby airports. How to get to you can see it right there, right?
Okay, so the day after Charlie Adelson's verdict?
Correct.
In the same day that
brilliant. Well, she's not wasting any time. At least can give her that.
She got she first started the chat for the emergency fast track visa.
Yes.
Incredible. Add it to the open line phone call where she's talking about it, and add it to the one-way ticket. And what we're adding is the fact that literally the day after the conviction, it's crazy. You cannot get more self-snitchy than this. You cannot. Except for maybe the wiretap calls. No. This has got to top that.
Yeah,
we do.
So,
okay.
I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit.
And we have a pointless cross exam. And then that is it for the day. Let's just hear like the very tail end.
Looking at, defense asked you about, I think ultimately you said, from the totality of the evidence in this case, not just one thing or not just one other thing, but a totality of the evidence, it looked as though the Adelsons were planning to have a lengthy time away.
That's correct.
And quick, right? I mean, wasn't Donna Adelson asking for an emergency fast track visa?
I mean, again, I understand that they're just like doing their job. It's like, I don't think this needs to be like the jury gets it, right? This is just self-explanatory. It's common sense. The jurors even said that too when they were interviewed. It's like really like delving into, was it a lengthy fast? I mean, it's just, you don't need to, right? Like, who isn't going to hear these pieces of information, these facts, and not be like, that's clearly what's happening, right, with Vietnam. But I appreciate that the state rests their case in chief and finishes with this because they were going in chronological order. It's very linear. And again, the jurors commented on that as well. And that's why they brought Chris Corbitt back, because they are going in, again, chronological order. And the last thing to happen here, right, was like the fleeing, the Vietnam text messages, Charlie's guilty verdict and all that. And they're finishing with that. I think the other thing is, and the state couldn't have planned this, but it does also work out so well because the defense's first witnesses are the very people that Donna's fucking texting, and they're the ones on the phone call, right, that are there when she thinks the call is over with Charlie, and they're the ones who are helping. Like Anne and her life partner, or whatever, have been referenced a whole lot in the other communications. And we knew that there were people there for that phone call again, where Charlie gets dropped, and she keeps talking. And like, anyway, it just worked out perfectly for the state that they finished with all that because it's in chronological order. And who does the defense call first? Well, they call the various people. It's like, wow, like defense, like it's like they're literally picking up where the state left off and continuing the state's case. That's what it feels like to me. Because they're literally going right from there. Okay, you know what I mean? Just like, I don't know. It continues a linear pattern. So there's not a defining or a dividing line of like, okay, let's switch gears. Instead, it's like, okay, let's continue with where we left off. So speaking of which, that is the end of day 6, guys. So the state's going to rest. We will pick up with day 7 next time. Might be tomorrow, hopefully. And we will get into the defense's case in chief. The crazy witnesses. Don't worry, we're going to skip past that really long video at the jail. And we're going to hit the highlights. I can't wait to get to those divorce attorneys. That was probably one of my favorite parts of the whole trial. And along with You Stupid Fool, and I'm sure other things too. There's been a lot of highlights, but that defense expert was unforgettable. Unforgettable in a way it was a whole new type of unforgettable. I've literally never seen, actually, let me just back up. There's a number of things that happened during the defense's case in chief that I literally was saying to myself, I've never seen this in a trial before. And you when you feel like that's not going to happen, like, okay, I've seen everything, like nothing's going to surprise me anymore. It's like, there were a number of things that happened that I was like, that is a first. That is a first. One of those things is that defense expert. I don't even know. It's shocking, and I have a lot of thoughts. So we will, again, hopefully tomorrow, we will delve into all of that. Twiz says it's taking a very long time to get her guilty. Who are you talking about, Donna or Wendi? What now? I mean, this trial was fucking short. I mean, it was like a week and a half or something. Wild. And we think about how long they deliberated, right? It was like 3 hours and 14 minutes or something for like a week and a half trial in terms of days they actually had court. Look at the Murdoch trial, right? That was 9 weeks. And that jury deliberated for under 2 hours. So when you compare, because a lot of times that's one of the ways you think about it, the length of the trial and then relative to how long we should expect deliberations. I believe it was just under 2 hours for a 9-week trial there. Donna. Yeah, I mean, again, I will just say that I think that their strategy is twofold here. It's not just giving only what's needed to convict Donna. I really think it's that mini trial. It's the Wendi mini trial. It's a twofer. It's a twofer, just like with Charlie. They did the same thing with him. It was like, convict Charlie and a little mini Donna trial. And now it's convict Donna. Okay. We're also, it's also like a little mini trial, Wendi trial. So, yeah. They're covering all their bases. Also, look at her haircut. Looks so fresh, like freshly cut. But yeah, also for anyone who missed it earlier, so this is Sarah Dugan, who is apparently trying to become a judge now. It's one of the reasons why people are thinking, beyond it being common sense, that they're going to come for 5-0 sooner rather than later, because you guys can tell, I'm sure, what the prosecution doesn't want to have happen is have to start fucking over. Georgia's going to have to find a new prosecutor. And Sarah Dugan's done a lot of the heavy lifting. In all these cases, she's done the opening statements for all of them. And this round was the best one yet, far and away. And everybody agreed. She's done a great job, but that, I would say, of everything that she's done, and again, she's great. That opening statement for me is the most memorable of all the things that she's done. Like, that was completely, like, that was exceptional. It was exceptional. That was that opening statement was exceptional. But if they wait for her to go on and become a judge, which I think she'll be phenomenal, they're going to have to bring a whole other prosecutor up. It's just, there's just, no. So add it to the list of reasons why they're going to have to act fast when they come final. I hope she's not sleeping. I hope she's pacing around. I hope she's thinking back on all of the things she's done in life and how she's treated and used people and regretting them. And we will talk more about that also tomorrow, because we still have to get to the whole summary of what I think is really going on here with Wendi. That long, really? What are you talking about, Twiz? Are you saying the week and a half is long, or that the deliberations were long? But also the juror interviews are great. We will watch those once we get to the end and we get to the verdict and all that here. We'll go back, we'll go through and watch some of these juror interviews. They're phenomenal. So impressed with this jury. So impressed. They are really top notch. It reminds me a lot of the Karen Reed retrial jury in terms of just like understood the assignment. It's exactly what you want. Completely exactly what you want, these jurors that have spoken out so far. In every way. So yeah. I would have said get right. I know. I mean, the jurors that have spoken out said that when they all went in the room, like they were all like, yeah, we're all like on the same page. But then as they started talking about it, they kind of felt like some people, they weren't like necessarily like, oh no, maybe I'm not guilty. It was like they just had questions about stuff. I really think my interpretation so far of the jurors that have spoken out was really kind of like they wanted to give it the weight it deserved because it was somebody's life, you know, and we hear that a lot, right? Where it's like they recognize that it's not going to look like they took their job seriously if they come back in 10 minutes or whatever. And they understand the seriousness of it. And even if they've already decided, it's like, we're still going to go through everything and talk about it. And I appreciate that. Again, the 3 hours and 14 minutes to deliberate versus like the week and a half trial is quite a lot. You know, when you look at the proportion there, I guarantee Wendy's not thinking about, I mean, I know she's not sorry. I guess what I really mean to say is I hope she's suffering. So whatever form or fashion that comes in, I hope she's suffering. That's what I hope. I don't think I have ever said that about anybody in my life, and I don't think I ever will again. Again, Wendi is an exception. I don't wish suffering on anybody. Wendi is an exception. So anyway, that'll be it for this one, guys. Love y'all. Thanks for being awesome, amazing squirrels. Be thinking about how any other changes y'all want to make to the squirrel pad, because that's going to be fucking sweet. Think about how much fun we're going to have frolicking in that waterfall, and think about how we can taunt Jeff because ours is bigger than his. And yeah, so that's going to be great. But until next time, guys, squirrel.